crazy, yo. Welcome to welcome to Mega Game Battles. I'm your host, Chocolatenova. I'm ready to have a good fun, man. Just a little, maybe a lot. Okay. Oh, look, you tried this. You trying to make it into a pancake? The nerve. Right, that was real close, right? Oh, twice in a row? Oh, that's amazing. Oh, I got lucky. Come on. Oh. What's going on? Oh! It was made for me! It didn't go through. Oh, good lord. He's upset. I understand, man. You got to keep jumping in. Right? Get up. Stand up. Oh. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I was waiting for the right cue. You got him. Let's go. Put my stamp of approval on this right quick. That's the way you do it. Critical battle is over. Alright, so I had a very abrupt beginning, which is good, right? Just throwing right into the fray. I had my sign down initially on the ground, so Shorty just came and summoned me back into the game. So yeah, so once again, welcome back to Mega Game Battles. I'm your host, Chocolatenova, and friends, of course. Lately I've just been doing some random gameplays and actually discussing the lore. And you know, I'm meeting up new people, I'm friending new people. I am on PlayStation Network, by the way. I am trying to uncover what has been discovered and discover more, I guess, you know, you can say, because I'm pretty sure you fans out there, I'm pretty sure that you guys have went to YouTube, you did the whole thing like with me, you played this game, you fell in love with the gameplay and the beautiful, somewhat what you understand about the story that's behind it, and then you start to go look for the lore to see if you can find out some more information about the lore, so that the game makes more sense. I mean, who wouldn't, right? I mean, it's like, what are we playing this for? Like, I get it, like, it's fun, it's a fun game, but like, I would like to know more about it, you know. That's just the bottom line. Like, I'm playing this game and I want to know more about how to, you know, well, not how to, but more about the game, more about its story in depth. And you know, like I say every video, there's people out there who make videos about the lore, and I'm open. I'm open to whatever information that you got that proves your story, proves what you're saying, you know, because I'm just trying to figure it out. And I'm not going to put a firm stamp of approval on anyone's, how do you say, idea about the story, but I'll have an open mind and see if I can kind of put it together with something, you know, so that way it can make the most sense. And from what I've learned is that a lot of people play this, a lot of people have different perceptions about this game and ideas about this game, where others simply do not have, you know, they're just running with whatever information that they found in the lore. And sorry about that's my alarm. I should be reading that though. Let me see if I can find anybody else that might need my help while I'm here. And just put my sign down. I thought I'd be able to follow through with this guy who I just helped, but apparently no. So just gonna put the sign down here. So I was just recently having a discussion with somebody just before, and I was helping somebody on my team, my friends online, get through the game. And I gotta tell you, like, we was having a discussion about the painted world, which is where we were actually at, and you know, the whole situation behind that with you know, because they changed it up. You know, Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2 has certain places that are similar, but they're not exactly the same map and layout that you would find in part 1. There is a difference. There's a big difference in how the map was created and how it's made and where you go and how you get there. It's not the same way you get there in part 1, so it looks different, and you know, you can just let your imagination kind of flow from there and just put things together and just accept it as it is. But the story to me is more important than the layout of the game per se, and we have to work with whatever we got. So let's get into it. So we were in the painted world. We was talking about Yorshka's chime and somewhat her origin and somewhat the origin of her brother, whoever that, you know, that may be. So let's take a look at this. So item description. Sacred chime belonging to Yorshka. Okay, obviously, right? Because it's Yorshka's chime. They didn't really have to say that, but anyway, her brother, okay, they're saying her brother, the former knight captain, okay, you say former, who we talking about here? Well, let's put a stop to it. Let's elaborate a little bit with what we got, okay? You're like, well, who's her brother? Right? The former knight captain. Okay. So, let's just stretch out on that. Sorry, I'm eating at the same time, so y'all gonna have to bear with me. The former knight captain. So let's look at what we can pull up. Let's go to miracles. Alright, let's show this. Our miracle of the sunlight covenant, chosen by the sunlight covenant, temporary boost attack, whatever. This is the tale of the son's firstborn. Right? The son's firstborn. His faithful first knight. His faithful first knight. And the brave dragon slayer who served them both. Now, I just want to say for the record that there's two ways that you can actually read this particular paragraph, if you will, or sentence, because technically there's a the period's at the end of it. All right, but let's read it again. And let's pull from there so that way we can get a real nice clean understanding of what's going on and what's happening here. Okay? First off, we have, this is the tale of the son's firstborn. The son's firstborn. Okay? This is the tale of the son's firstborn. Now, you're wondering, why is he putting so much emphasis? I heard him. I got it. And I understand what he's saying. I understand where he's coming from. Do you really? Or did you read that for the first time with your friends and your peers and your family or whoever that plays this damn game with you? Alright? And all this convolution. Okay? Did you really read that and understand that part as you continue to read the rest of it? Because what I got from this and what other people in the video that I've watched use this point of reference, right? Right? Mm. It's read like the way you're seeing it. The son's firstborn, his faithful knight, and a brave slaying dragon slayer who served them both. Mm. Who served them both, the faithful first knight and the firstborn. So the dragon slayer who served them both, which is the firstborn and the faithful first knight, and his faithful first knight, the son's faithful first knight, or the firstborn's faithful first knight, right? What are we saying here? What exactly are we reading here in this sentence? Okay, let's pick it apart. Let's pick it apart, because the way they wrote this was in such a way that you have to you have to look at how certain words are used. And when I say words, I don't mean like all the words inside of a sentence put together. I'm talking about sometimes you have to pull one word out of a sentence and simply give it give it its place, and a lack for better words, but give it its place. Okay, this is not. And then when you and let me stress this too, there's 3 swords up there. Okay, 3 swords, and you could say these these 3 swords represent the 3 people that they're talking about in this very sentence right here. The son's firstborn, right? Which a lot of people would be like, the son's firstborn is who? Is the person that we know it to be, who wasn't spoke about in part 1, but in part 1, you hear about Gwendolyn. In part 1, you hear about Guinevere. Okay? Where is the 3rd son? No. Let me correct that. Where is the first son, people? Where's the first son? Did he just miraculously squeeze himself into the history of... Alright, let me bow this out. Wait, hold on. Hold the fuck on. Sorry, excuse my French. Alright, so there's a fight, so we're not gonna conclude this whole situation. We're simply going to boom, I got lucky there. Swung over my head. That was me present. Oh no no. Gonna do there. God for the soul effect. Right? Ooh, right in the back. You know, They always catch you. You're not looking with that ability. That's annoying. Good. And of course, he won. And I'm gonna come over here real quick. I'm gonna put my stamp of approval, saying we made it, and that we the best. Now I'm gonna sit at your bonfire. Alright, so now I'm gonna go back. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back. I'm gonna finish talking about this particular situation. Okay? Alright. So let me get my crazy operation. He's talking about, he's pointing in there telling people where you want them to go. He's like, in the door. And he's fighting already. Okay, so alright, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, and kitties, let's see. So let's go back to this one thing. Now, you know, we're not gonna stay on this miracle, because the whole point of what I'm bringing up today is talking about Yorshka's chime, perhaps Priscilla. Oh, I'm getting summoned to another world again. I might not have the ability to actually have this discussion with you. Oh, kind of stuck. Lady in the background, going crazy on the phone. Alright. Master Sorcerer. Well, sorcerers don't dress like that, homie. For real. Oh man, look at the squad. We all in here today. Clap, 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 clap. Let's see how we gonna do. Alright. Already with the misuse. Oh! That's gotta suck. The minute you get in the game, it's like death. Oh my goodness, swinging that thing. Right in your booty. It's good. No remorse. That one. Not playing, bro. He is not playing. Stop using this stupid sorcery. I mean, that's funny. Oh, miracle. Let's heal. Okay, they're doing all the work, right? Wanna heal? See how I did that? See how I did that? See how I did that? So don't have to think I'm not putting it on. I'm working on my preparation. I'm working on it, I promise you. My stamp. That's how you know you're playing with the game. Like Chocolatenova. Put my stamp of approval. So. Alright. As you can see, I'm getting brought into worlds now. As I'm talking about this, it means something. It means something, you know? But I guess this is a lot of people want tonight. So, let's get back to where we were. Because we're going to stress this. We're going to stress this. Okay? This is the tale of the son's firstborn. Okay? So let's go back to the sons. Okay? The tale of the son. Who's the son? Who's the son? Right? Let's just squiggle the name there, Gwen, right? 'Cause it only makes sense, right? Because you know he's like the god of their world, almost, if you will, in a way. So we got that verse beginning right there can throw you off, depending on how you read it. This is the tale of the son, Gwen's firstborn. Okay? His firstborn. His faithful first knight. Who's faithful first knight? Who? The son's firstborn? Or Gwen? Right? It's a tale of the son's firstborn. So we are, the first part of that right there is already letting you know that it's a tale about the son's firstborn and the son's firstborn's his first faithful knight. Okay, his faithful first knight and the brave dragon slayer who served them both. Okay, so let's figure out who's who as we go down this rough hill, because it's not a nice slide. It hasn't been a nice slide. You know, maybe at the beginning when you got these people who are making these lures, but they're not telling you everything, and that's what I'm doing. I'm telling you everything you need to know, so that there's no more in question. Okay, there's no more. Oh, this might be that. No. We're not going to sit around wondering forever who is what, or 5 or 6, 7 games down the line after we done played them and played our lives away, or playing with a particular type of game, trying to figure out who's who. So, the son's firstborn, his faithful first knight, and the brave dragon slayer who served them both. Okay, so now we're just gonna say the nameless king, right? Because it's easier to say the nameless king. It's easier to call him that rather than call him Faram. Why Faram? Right? Why Faram? Okay. So let's just take a look over here. Okay. Armor named after God of War. The armor of the Ferosa Lion Knights was preserved even after the destruction of their homeland. And that's Ferosa, by the way. That is not a place you can travel to in Dark Souls 3. I don't know about 2. I will be playing 2 after I'm done with 1. Okay. However, numerous legends alongside the name. Oh wait, hold on. Let me go back. And it is mentioned in numerous legends alongside the names of those who are said to have gone beyond death. Okay? Beyond death. Okay? Anything that goes beyond death is probably something that we consider living. And we already know that the undead is something that's supposed to be dead, but it's undead. So, in other words, we can't call it living, so we're calling it an undead. To me, that goes beyond death. Because you can't say it's dead if it's still moving, if it's still moving around. The soul inside, we can't even say if, I mean, something has to be inside of it that gives the thing life. Right? So if the nameless king is still moving around and he is doing certain whatever, right? Could it possibly be that he's an undead? Maybe not even undead at this point in Dark Souls 3. And spoiler alert to all those who are playing Dark Souls 3. You can fast forward past this part. I'll wait. Alright, waiting period's up. You had a chance to scroll. You know, the whole idea of having Gwen, okay, his father, continue the age of fire to avoid the age of dark, or the age of abyss, which I would like to call it. I don't want to call it the age of dark no more. Because the age of dark just makes it sound like it's just pitch black and there is nothing to see. But the reality of it is that it's just not that it's black. It's the age of the abyss. And the abyss is dark, but it's not going to be the way they think it is, even though they made the abyss look very, very morbid and very nasty, which is kind of true. It kind of looks pretty morbid, if you will, horrific, if you will. But I'm not gonna digress, because then that goes into his father, and this doesn't fully say how this is Faram, that the nameless king's name is Faram, right? It doesn't. Not on this particular article, if you will. However, let's see if we can find it here. And it's important that we know who he is, because this is all going to bring us right back to where I was trying to, where what I was explaining to you, that deals with Yorshka's chime, because we're talking about her. She says her brother, the former knight captain, or maybe not, right? Because the knight captain, right, they don't really talk about the knight captain. They talk about somebody who is a faithful knight of the nameless king, or Faram, if you will. So who would be the former knight captain? I mean, who was going to stand above the knights when, you know, he was known for riding out with the, you know, on the dragons. He was known for having his father's ability, just on a different scale of throwing lightning. He thought, let's not throw it. Let's literally pierce them with the lightning and break their armor. And so doing that probably gave him the ability to actually ride them. You know, that's just like being on somebody's back. You can't really get them off, and you know, they're just kind of just striking you, stabbing you, if you will, with an object and telling you move. You become their prisoner, or you just become somebody that is becomes a slave to them, or whatever. Obviously, in some sort of way or another, you'd be able to ride the dragons, because they would be under your will to do so, or you'll kill them. So they're in fear. So he learned how to pierce, use the magic to pierce the dragons, not to just hurl lightnings of bolt at them like his father did. Here's that description. A lost dragon slaying miracle strike with a stake of lightning. This tale describes the lost practice of ancient dragon slayers who found that in order to pierce dragon scales, lightning should not be hurled as a bolt. Okay? but rather be thrusted as a stake directly into the dragon's hide to be truly effective. Which means that if you really want to hurt armored dragons, you can hurl lightning bolts at them and hurt them. But if you really want to hurt them really bad and break the scale and break through them and stuff, then you got to get up real close and you got to hammer that lightning bolt down into them and break them and hurt them. And when you play against the Nameless King, these are the abilities he has. He has the ability to stomp and do that ability. He has the ability to throw it onto the ground, just like just the normal same way that you would. And he doesn't hurl lightning bolts at you. He uses his spear as a catalyst. Let's go to the spear, if you will. Let's just go over there. I don't want to confuse you guys too much, so I hope you guys kind of just stay with me, stick with me as we go along, because a lot of this stuff is going to make sense. And mind you, this spear is very clean compared to the spear you see the Nameless Knight using, okay? Or the Nameless King using. And it's not as dirty because it's foes. It's dirty because it's got black splackers on it like the Abyss Walker's costume. But we'll get into that in a little bit. So let's deal with this aspect first, moving forward. So a dragon hunting weapon from the age of the gods. The earliest form of the crossspear served as both sword and spear. Its owner was the Nameless King, deific hunter of the dragons. The sword spear is imbued with lightning, of which he was the heir, meaning he inherited this from his father. He inherited from his bloodline. He inherited from somebody. It was passed down to him. Okay? So, what the spear allows you to do, falling bolt, hold sword spear high in the air, summon fierce lightning that descends upon a distant foe. Okay? So, we're not going to equip that because we don't need to. We're kind of just moving around and picking at the whole situation with who's the brother, who gave Yorshka this chime, okay? Because again, in part one, the only kin you see of Gwyn is his son and his daughter, Gwendolyn and Guinevere. Okay. And I don't know where the Nameless one came from. He wasn't talked about in part one. So they kind of just, I don't know, maybe squeezed them in because things changed after part one. I don't know. Cross spear associated with Ornstein. So we got Ornstein, right? The Dragon Slayer, a weapon of the gods, imbued with the strength of lightning, just like the other spear. Two-handed thrust utilizes the support of a cross spear. It requires great might, but can pierce deep into the flesh of dragons and send mere men flying. Okay? Alright, so we don't have to go any deeper than that. We got the name from the spear of the person that it says cross spear associated with Ornstein. Okay? The Dragon Slayer. Okay? They don't talk about, they call Ornstein the Dragon Slayer, right? And when we go over to, let's see here. Let's go back here because we're gonna align them. We need to align this information up. Okay, the brave dragon slayer who served them both. So we know Ornstein served the firstborn and his faithful knight. So it's like, okay, so who's the faithful knight? Okay, so they don't express. Said to this is said to be a tale of Havel the Rock, right? We don't discuss Havel in that light, and we don't discuss Smo in that light. But let's go and check to see where the names correlate to. Okay, now this lightning storm, right? Ally, which is the name of this king, allied to the ancient dragons, calls forth furies of lightning. Once a dragon slayer, right, a slayer of dragons, the former king and war god tamed a storm drake. Now it gets deeper, and I don't want to have you guys jump into the deep end until you've actually stepped your foot into this story from shallow waters, because things get very, very different. It'll get very weird on you. You'll be like, what's going on, right? Now mind you, I was looking for something that said God of War, but look what they did here. Once a slayer of dragons, he was once that. The former king. Who was the former king? Right? And war god. And war god. Not god of war, but war god. Right? He was a war god. See, these are the things that they do in this game to convolute it. They could have just put the same, they could have went with the same thing, but they said, nah, let's not make it the same. Let's put war god, who tamed a storm drake, not a dragon. Not a dragon. You can call it a storm drake. I mean, you can call the storm drake a dragon if you like. But I'm gonna tell you like this: when I get deeper into this story, and you guys finally start watching the videos, which you will, you guys will, you will, you're gonna learn. Storm drake. We get the word drake, and we think dragon. Yes, you are right. Storm dragon, but drake would be something of a smaller type of dragon, right? Right. But this is a baby dragon. This is a different type of dragon. This is maybe a different species of dragon, maybe. Because what he's riding on don't look like no dragon at the size that it is. It looks like a malformed flamingo with feathers. And as we know, dragons don't have feathers. They have skin wings. They have wings like a bat has wings. Okay? The only dragons that we really see that has feathers are the cute dragons that we know. In ancient lore, in real time, would be something like Quetzalcoatl. You know, where the dragon has all these rainbow-like scales and actually is a snake with wings, not a lizard that has arms and legs and has wings. Okay? The storm drake has legs, but its arms are wings. This is the closest thing to a harpy, man. And the headpiece is something like the guru. Okay? Where the guru come from? Where do gurus come? Where do they? That's GHRU. I don't know. Like, I'm still learning about them that I haven't really gotten into, and the reason why I'm actually doing this in the first place is because I've been meaning to do lore, but I started stumbling upon other things in the game that I found more important. So I'm not gonna start talking about the dragons in depth. I'm not gonna start talking about the gurus in depth right now. But there is a correlation as well, because we're talking about Yorshka here, who's calling the nameless king her brother. Not her father, not her cousin, not her nephew, not her uncle, not her grandfather, her brother. We're talking about somebody who is saying, that's my brother. My brother gave me this chime, and along with giving me this chime, he gave me this name. Now, again, we can't even say that that is the father of Yorshka. Now, would make that whole situation very convoluted. And let's go ahead and scurry back on over here to weapons for a second, right? And get ourselves back on chimes, right? Since this is what we're talking about. We're talking about Yorshka here. Okay? We name children, don't we? Right? Because they have to be given a name when they come into the world. And what her brother did, which is the former knight captain, okay, what he did was give her a name. Were they relatives in that regard, being that she says her brother? Yeah, we can actually take that to face. We can actually take that truth and say, this is what it is. You look at the bell itself looks like something of benevolence. It comes from high on with the kings, I mean with the gods. Why? You got gold and you got white. Does that signify benevolence? Absolutely. Absolutely. The white? Absolutely. The gold? Absolutely. Absolutely. So you know it's coming from a very high place. You know that it's coming from somewhere of significance. That white is like a ivory kind of gold or whatever white. Okay, my daughter is here trying to take my attention away because she sees I'm over here, and she's off to the room again after she done got my attention. Anyway, so the brother gave her something. And upon giving her something, he gave her a name. He changed her name. Why change her name? Why change her name? We can speculate on that aspect. But I'd like to know who's the former knight captain. They're already saying that the former knight captain is her brother. So who's the former knight captain? Let's go over here for a second. So, a silver pendant depicting the dark moon and a sword. And the crest of the dark moon knights, the original blue sentinels, which will go right over here because it's right there. Blue sentinels, which, wait, hold on. Yeah, right. Equip this to pledge oneself to the Dark Moon Covenant. When a member of the Way of the Blue, this is the Way of the Blue. And this Way of the Blue, by the way, okay, has its, I believe, connections. And it looks dirty, by the way, that piece of paper. You can tell at a time that it was probably all white and that parchment paper or whatever it is had its whatever, or a piece of paper or a piece of cloth. It was white at some sort of time, and just the beginning of it, which says Way of Blue, signifies some sort of connection to me. And I would like somebody to come and challenge me. I would like somebody to come and say, no, I don't think it's that, I think it's this. Not because I want an opposition, but because I just want a second opinion. And if you can't find one, or if you guys don't have one, then I have no choice but to kind of just solidify what I'm saying until I find something else. That it just might be a connection to the Way of White. We have a couple Way of White things inside of here. What are you trying to put in my mouth? What's this, mama? What is this? You found this on the floor? You trying to feed me dirt? What is... No. You don't feed daddy stuff like that. I give you all my snacks and foods, and you sitting here picking up lint on the floor. And no, where you going? Come here, I'm talking to you. Okay, go ahead, go. Alright, my daughter's I don't know, man. She's like a whole new breed of her own, man. She's like, if she don't want nothing, you gonna know it. Okay. Anyway, sorry for that interruption. So pale blue sheepskin parchment featuring an illustration of the moon, symbol of an ancient accord. Okay. Pale blue sheepskin. Sheepskin. Sheep are white, except for black sheep. And if it was black sheep, then this parchment, you wouldn't be able to see anything. But it says pale blue sheepskin. It's a sheepskin, but it's not necessarily pale blue. Parchment featuring illustration of the moon. Symbol of an ancient accord. Members of the Way of Blue are the beneficiaries of the ancient accord. Okay? Which means that you're probably connected to the Way of the White. When you play Dark Souls Part 1, and mind you, I'm not trying to scurry too far off from the initial point, because we're still talking about Yorshka here, right? And you're trying to figure out who the brother, or which brother, took her from wherever she was and brought her here and gave her a new name. Because then we have to, then it falls into question, what was her name before that? Just in case you guys are wondering as you guys listen to this. Like, and I'm slowly just trying to just get one situation out of the way so that we can have clarity and somewhat accepting what we've been presented with. Okay? Now, when a dark spirit threatens them, a blue spirit will grant them assistance and help root out the invader. Okay? People who have, now mind you, this symbol on the Way of the Blue, okay, ain't too different than what you see on Blue Sentinels. And if you look, right, the design that's on the Way of the Blue ain't the same design that it is on the Blade of the Dark Moon. Okay? All of those moons are similar. Obviously, right? Obviously. Right? So here you got... Now, I already said my piece on the Way of the Blue. Okay? And mind you, the Way of the Blue, okay, is something that you get from one of the maidens at the church. Um, Before you actually head up to Lothric's castle. She provides you with this as you go through the rest of the game, so that in case an invader comes along, somebody who's online looking to challenge other people come and have a good time with you, taking out a random player in the game. Okay? So just keep that in mind. Um why would she be, and mind you, a lot of the players, the NPCs and stuff like that, they're from the ancient world. They still believe in certain things. And this lady just happened to have an old way of the white parchment paper and grants that to you to help you as you move along through your mission of trying to bring the lords of Cinder back to their thrones. Okay? Now, I'm moving on from this. But again, please, if you want to challenge me on the way of the blue and the way of the white, you cannot join the covenant in this game of the way of the white. But the first covenant that you can join in part 1 is the way of the white. And as we progress through this game and we pull back all these different layers of information on all these different things, we will some way somehow we will figure out how this all connects. Moving on. Blue Sentinels. Okay. Faded sheepskin. Again, they're using sheepskin. Parchment depicting the dark moon. I don't remember where you get the blue sentinels from, unfortunately. But I will find out. So depicting the dark moon and sword, right? Equipped to pledge oneself to the Blue Sentinel Covenant. So the Blue Sentinel Covenant, I guess, now we're going to finish reading this. When a member of the way of the... No, mommy, no. No. Not this. Right? When a member of the way of the blue is threatened. This is them right here, the way of the blue. Right? In compliance with an ancient accord, assume the form of a blue spirit and help root out the invader. So, you pledging yourself to this will help people in the way of the blue. Okay? Because of the connection. And this is the connection to the way of the blue. They're protected. So anybody decides that they want to come along and they want to fight against certain things, they want to go up against anybody who has, who's doing the way of the blue, somebody's going to come along and help. And this accord with the Dark Moon Covenant says that you pledge yourself to this, okay, you will be summoned to go take care of that. Alright? It looks like a seal, an agreement that says that, you're going to protect those who are of the way of the blue. So here you got those who were the way of the white that are no longer the way of the white. They're the way of the blue. They're the way of the blue. So maybe the way of the white don't exist no more. That's something we could touch on later and talk about, because we're still talking about Yorshka. A lot of this history goes back. I mean, a lot of the game stuff. You know, we just kind of picking it apart. You know, and then you know, from this, somewhere down the line, if you're lucky, you stumble across the actual covenant. Okay, and this right here and this, and in all honesty, are the same thing. In a way that anybody who needs help gets a summon from the Blade of the Dark Moon, and we go and we help root them out. Okay? So, we already read this, right? And when a member of the Way of the Blue faces a dark spirit, okay? Now, when I put emphasis on dark spirit because in my other videos, when I was talking about the different armor sets and where people are from, with people that are actually in my group, you know, I had to make sure that the information I was bringing it makes sense, and the pyromancer's garb protects them from evil spirits or dark spirits, if you will. What does that have to do with what I'm talking about? It has a lot, because pyromancers are they're the ones who are able to will fire, and you know that takes intelligence and it takes faith. You need to have both to be to be skilled at using that element, and that is that's an element that gets taken lightly in the game, and it plays a very big role in the Dark Souls lore that most don't really pay attention to what they're really trying to say. That goes over a lot of people's heads, and probably over the heads of these guys who make videos for Dark Souls. So anyway, Blade of the Dark Moon. So we know that much, and I meant to come here to explain something, but it says, mind you, Yorshka is the one that's sitting up in what we call a prison tower, and she is the one that you go to become Blade of the Dark Moon. In part 1, okay, the person you go to for the Blade of the Dark Moon covenant is Gwendolyn. It's not the Nameless King, okay? It's not the Nameless King. It's Gwendolyn. And supposedly he's taken up the mantle of the knights, you know, to keep the flame going. And you know, I guess your job also is to help those that are in need. You equip the covenant, you get summoned to somebody's world, and then you start running around trying to root out the invader. I'm stuck at probably at that very moment, at that very part, excuse me, whether I should go in and kill Gwendolyn after having to kill or shoot an arrow to kill Guinevere. We know Guinevere is the daughter of Gwen. We know Gwendolyn is definitely the son of Gwen, right? So when did the Nameless King come into play? When he was the very firstborn. Could they not have put that in part 1? Could they not have already said that he had another son? But no, when they wrote it, They didn't think about that. So for them to squeeze the Nameless King into part 1 just throws things off completely. Not everything, but most things off. And that's whack. Right? So we're gonna come back to this particular one. There's obviously nobody else here to help, so we're just gonna go to another spot real quick, and I'm gonna continue to expound upon this ordeal, this situation dealing with Gwendolyn, who's the brother, you know, because once again, like a lot of us think it's just that easy for us to just say, oh yeah, this was this and that was that, and that's it. No. Let's take this thing. Let's pick it apart. Let's break it down. Let's make sense of what was given to us. And you know, cause they're in fragments, but if you read it again and you read it in a different way so that it'll make sense, then you know, things will be much more clear. Now, let me run up here for a second. Let me put my sign down. I just found out today, when somebody reads your message, you get health back. And that's dope. I literally put my message down so that people can possibly get lucky one day they decide to rate a message, and boom, I appear, because I'll know they're there, and I tend to go to wherever my mark is, and I'll put my I'll go and I'll put my sign down, and then they'll see my sign, and then they'll know, like, oh, okay, that makes sense, you know. Oh, I got summoned to another world, and we are about to go up against none other than the Nameless King. So a little more before I actually begin this battle. Things are gonna get a little intense. We're gonna have a little fun here. Wow, that loaded fast. Let me bow out. How do you do, sir? And for a lady, I don't like being rude. Let me just get my stuff, let me get my stats and stuff like that together. Cause I'm definitely not in the right space. To be doing the circumstances. You gotta have certain things equipped, my man. You know? You gotta have certain things equipped for the fight, or it's just not gonna pan out right. So, let me quit. Come out, yeah, I know they're probably like, this motherfucker right here. You wanna die? No, I don't. I wanna help you guys. Sorry. I didn't even do anything. It's like Brutus, baby. I'm not scared of you, man. Somebody got hurt. Look at that. Yep. Just like that, of course, yes, get that in it. She's running to that. That's good. That's good. So I'm gonna just kind of switch it up a little. Just a little, not a lot. Just a little. And I'm gonna just take his attention for a second. Uh-oh. Well then come. For one thing. Come on now. I love it. Oh my goodness gracious. What just happened? So you gotta do it with Gwen. Oh, I knew you won. Oh no! Oh! If I had cocked that back real quick, man, I would have been A-okay. That's okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go ting ting. Oh, while he's getting shish kebab. Yeah, I'm the motherfucker. Still there. Yep. Take my time with it, cause ain't no point. Yep. Havel. He got the Havel rock. Oh my god. To get hit with wind and get knocked down and hurt that bad, it's just so disrespectful. It's like, man, I hate them. Better than that. Ooh, yeah, pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. Thank you. Nice. 1, 2. Yup. Help me. Ooh, he got hit. Oh, no, you don't. Come on. Keep on rising to the top. Oh. Oh, free hit. I like him already. Oh, you tried to hit me with the fart wind again? Get him. With the shish kebab. No! You almost got me. Oh, that's cute. I got it. Okay, come on. Come on. Oh shit! No! No, no! Yeah, take his attention away. Trying. He's trying. He realizes I am the man, the hour, and again. Help me, please. You tried it. You tried it. All right. No, no, no. Oh, he's just throwing it all different types of ways. Just gonna throw it back like that. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna do my tingling bell, right? Oh, he tried it. Oh, he tried it. He distraído. Oh, sucker. Oh, man. Oh. 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 Ooh. Around the backside. And my alarm is going off. I'm trying to get to this guy over here so I can at least give him some health back, because he's gonna die. Oh no. Oh no. If only he was patient enough. Oh man. Thank you. Alright. So okay, so we're fighting the Nameless King and talking about who he possibly is and what he represents and all this other stuff and all this other Let me stop. So, my sign is down again. Let me not waste another repair powder, because they call souls. Apparently, that's what you need in the new world. You need souls. Alright, so, oh wait. Before I begin, let me just switch up. Let's attune. Oh, I don't have dark. You see, this is the problem. This is the problem. I don't have dark, but I have dark moon energy, which you know what, as time goes on, people, okay, I'm gonna tell you like this, like I'm figuring everything out, because a lot of stuff, even the spell alone, Dark Moon Blade, has a certain level of significance that some of you guys you're not gonna pick up on in the beginning, because you're not looking at things from a perspective of duality in this game, when it comes down to this, to what's going on, and you have to look at it like that for certain circumstances, and I'll explain that as I go along. But first, I believe we're talking about Gwendolyn and his being the firstborn. It seems as if, I guess you can say, we're not playing part 1 right now. Like, the Covenant was taken over by Gwendolyn. He definitely didn't rear dragons. He did. He just didn't rear dragons. He was treated differently. Gwendolyn, let's go to rings for a second. And let's kind of, let's touch that before we even get into that. And mind you, we're still talking about Yorshka. But what we need to find out and figure out is why the name change? What was her name before that? Why is she in the prison tower? And under it, this tower, in the same tower, just at the base of the tower, is called Yorshka's Church. It's a church, is what they call it. It looks nothing like a church, really. Why there? And what we heard so far in comparison to what we can pluck out of the series. Because to say that Pontiff put her there, I mean, we'd have to go and talk to the girl. And that's what she says. You know. She says something similar to it. I think. But she says something like that. She says that Pontiff Sullivan had proclaimed himself as the Pontiff Sullivan. And I think he says he locks her away in the tower. I think. We can go back and we can check that out. Which I think that we can and we should. But right now let's work with what we got. So what we got so far is we're looking at the rings. Okay. So let's go to this little artifact. Oh, it's not here. It's actually in my thing. But it's called the reversal of the reversal ring. Basically allows a character to do the opposite. I don't know. I don't even know how it's even utilized, to be honest. Like how does that even help you through the game? Like what is the whole thing about wearing the ring? Is it about appearances? Is it about something else? So you know, I'm still trying to figure out a lot of things in the game, and I'm pretty sure when I start to actually peel apart these layers in the game, that I'm going to figure out more or less what exactly is happening here. It's not as easy as one would believe. Well, it's actually a solid look. Let's see. Gold, the gold things. So. Oh man, he's got the dark. He's got the dark blade. Nice. He ain't playing. He's not playing around. He knows what he has to do in this game. So that's good. He knows that the sun is not like looks like dark hurts the thing too. Can't lock on yet. That sucks. So let's see if the dark moon. Oh boy. beat him. I need that dark blade energy, and I gotta start over with this character if I want to achieve that. I have to go run through the game and save this witch who's down in the depths of the dungeon of Ill. Pull her out, right? Like the little dirty booger that she is, which I can do if I just run through Irithyll and, you know, don't necessarily go and beat the crap out of what's his face? What is his name? Gonna lie, the get up looks good. It's different with the hat. I just wish it was a little bit cleaner. Just has that dingy look to it. So anyway, so going back to the story, well, to this lore. You put my sign down again. Pretty sure it's like one more person over here. They can use my assistance. So let's go back to the items real quick. And I believe I was looking at the rings. Oh, the reversal, which I don't have in my thing. I have it inside of my chest. Because whatever I'm not using, I tuck away. So yeah. So we have Gwendolyn, we have Guinevere. Gwendolyn supposedly casted illusionary magic on Orlando, which explains why the lights go dim. But you know, and then all the knights that are there supposedly, they come. When you leave there, when you leave in Orlando, leaving the princess of Anne Orlando unscathed, unhurt, and then you run around and do stuff, you know. I don't know if I have to kill her before I can move on, you know. I don't know. I just did it because the person I was rocking with told me to do that. You know, you know, is it going to grant me something that I need to get past a certain part? Maybe, maybe not. But without going off course, so the Nameless King didn't exist in part 1, and Gwendolyn is the one that's ruling the Dark Moon Covenant. He speaks nothing about his brother, him taking over for his brother. At least not that I've seen in any dialogue or remember in any dialogue. So this guy's supposedly rocking that covenant, and I'm like, how is he in that covenant? And mind you, the Sun brothers, you know, like their covenant is there. It's there for you to join. You know, Solaire's there, and he kind of moves through the game with you as you progress as well. Helps you in certain instances if you're embered and strong enough to get to those points. You know, but he's not in part 3. You know, if he was, he would have been. It would have been great to have him actually run around with you, trying to fight and do all this other extra stuff, and also has the capability of lightning as well. No, not at all. Not at all. It's like you're supposed to be Solaire in here. The way you collected fragments of his armor set that you run throughout the whole game, doing everything to help out and to be a jolly good friend and all this other stuff and cooperative, whatever. But yeah, when I look at and I try to bring together the story of this tragic situation with not Guinevere, with Gwendolyn or whoever. And here, in this game, you know who the Dragon Slayer is. You know who the first knight might be. The first knight could possibly just be Havel. As I was watching a video again earlier today, where they were talking about Havel being, Gwen's, he had to put his friend, dear friend away, and their whole movement was about just kind of just getting rid of the dragons, Havel, might as well consider Havel to be a dragon slayer. He wore the armor of the dragons. But then everything kind of just comes into question. When you play part 3, you beat him in part 1. He's in the tower, locked away with the key. Where's the explanation as to why you meet Havel in Archdragon's Peak next to a dead dragon? Yeah, sure, we can make this the assumption that Havel may have killed that beast and was just sitting there. For what reason, I don't know. Why are you in Archdragon's Peak, my man? Why are you just standing there? And why would I be your enemy? They said he turned undead. He could have went mad. He could have went hollow, for all we know. But then that means that he was marked with the sign too, which means he would keep coming back at the flame, which explains his second appearance in part 3 after part 1. You dig? Now, as far as I know, you cannot summon Havel the Rock as a cooperative when you are going up against a boss. Not against, as far as I know, not against Seath, the Scaleless, not against no boss that I know about in part 3. You're not summoning Havel in any of those cases. And you can think about all those different types of bosses if you want. The Giant, you can think about the Lothric brothers. The Lothric brothers you'd probably be able to bring in Sirius. You could bring in the sorcerers from Venheim. That's it. Oh, and Morn, if he's still rocking with you. You can choose to bring Morn with you. Hold on, it says y'all doing some PvP or PvE. I got a little time. Hold on, this one of my squad members. Where is he talking to? I'm just here going live. We need it. Alright, so you know, my walkthroughs are gonna be different than everybody else's, and I don't really like holding up people. Although, you know, there's only certain people in my crew that I would bring along with me for the live. When it comes down to discussing this, because he'll go and he'll clear out a whole area, so that's easier for me to just run around and just collect all this stuff. And right now, right now, my boy is he says he got a little time to kill, so I wouldn't kill his time doing nothing, really. Um, as I explained, because I kind of need I need to be able to converse about this and not just do a run through. I wouldn't talk about anything unless it was necessary. And to me, it's necessary. So who's the first knight? And the first knight is who we consider to be somebody like Havel, because somebody like Ornstein, not Ornstein, but Smo, just doesn't seem like he fits the bill due to his the item description in part 1, where it seems like he kinda ate his victims, more or less. He ate his victims. Not all of them, as far as I know, but that's kind of what they put in the description. They didn't put that in the description for his hammer in part 3 though, and I'm wondering, I don't understand why they didn't just keep it the same morbid way. Twisted Great Hammer, twisted. They call it twisted. I don't know why it's twisted. Great Hammer associated with smoke. The last knight to remain at his post, guarding the ruined cathedral. So, I don't know. He's carrying over Smo's past as an executioner. So he was an executioner. But in the item description they give pertaining to his character, talks about what he did, more or less. So, you know. Oh, and here's another thing. So, they kind of twist things around this way. He says, "Right on. Let me know if you need assistance." Sure, I guess. Golden Lion Helm associated with Dragon Slayer Ornstein. From the Age of Gods, imbued with strength of lightning. In the dragonless age, this knight who long guarded the ruined cathedral left the land in search of the nameless king. So his helm is the Golden Lion Helm associated with the Dragon Slayer. So where does this correlate? And mind you, we're still going to jump on to the topic of I was about to say Filianor. Jesus. It's not Filianor. Sorry guys. I'm trying to find that. Well, okay, here it is. Yorshka. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we're still on the topic of her. We're just kind of seeing where everything kind of leads to and figuring out who's the brother. Which brother is which. You know? And here's another thing right here, which is the Sunless Talisman. Talisman given to the Knights of the Sunless realm. That's a realm that has no sun, who serves the nameless moon. Oh God! Like, does this kind of twist things around or what? Just this talisman alone. So you have the nameless moon, who serve the nameless moon, and if it's the nameless They call it the Nameless King. So we have the Nameless King, who's supposed to be the sons, okay, the son's firstborn, okay, and the son's firstborn should have been the captain of the moonlight, the blade of the moon, or the dark moon blades. But it just doesn't seem like it carries the, he doesn't carry the characteristic of somebody who would carry something dark, per se. Gwen is a god of light, if you will. Okay? And his son inherited his ability to strike lightning. Does that mean he still can't be bad? Sure, he can be bad. He can be bad, you know? But then the question is, is this person following the Dark Moon Blade? The Dark Moon Blade? Where it clearly states that this talisman given to the Knights of the Sunless Realm. The Sunless Realm? A realm that does not have the sun. It's a sunless realm. Who serve the nameless moon. So we have God's son, who is the nameless king, who watches over, this is what they say in the lore, who watches over his sunlight bros, which is the sunlight covenant. Okay? And you have Gwendolyn, who was the first and the last person that we know of that rules over the dark moon. Like, if you have somebody who's part of the sunlight covenant, right? Why would they need to have a parchment paper so that somebody from the Dark Moon Blade can come and help you take out invaders? When you play through the game and you pledge yourself to a covenant, that covenant is the only thing that covenant provides you with is whatever it is that you do that the covenant asks for you to do. In this case, you put your sign down, people find your sign, and then you can run through the entire game with them. That's better than just having somebody to just come when you're in a tight spot, depending on the person that you are. If you're the type of person who doesn't care about having somebody run through the game with you, but you don't necessarily want to deal with invaders, per se, then yeah, you would be wearing the parchment. Yeah, you would be wearing the other piece of paper or sheepskin parchment thing, agreement that says, you know, hey, you would put on the way of the blue, letting the blue, you'd be putting on the way of the blue, which is in correlation to the way of the white. And because you're part of the way of the blue, other people who are part of the Blue Sentinels, who are also tied to the Dark Moon Blades, will come to your aid when you need help the most, and help root out the invader, or the dark spirit, as they say. When you're a sun bro, you're laying your sign down whenever and however you want to play in the game. You know, primarily in spots where you're facing a tough boss. Whenever at a certain bonfire that you know that the stage may be tough to get through, you put your sign down, they take a number, they can possibly find your sign there, summon you in, and then bring you in so that you can run around the game with them, so that you can, you know, beat the boss or the stage, if you will. Okay, but I gotta sell some of those daggers. Go along here. Ended up switching, yeah. But yeah, so this right here just tells me like, yo, there's something more there than what we're seeing in this game. And then, you know, she's going after her father, who supposedly turned, and he's rocking something. He's not rocking a talisman, that's for sure. When I say rocking, I mean he's literally, like, he has in his possession. He has different. We can always go to his attire, if you will, which is right here. It says Helm of Hodrick, Holy Knight of the Sunless Realm. So they're both part of the Sunless Realm. This light gold helm, named for its sunset hues, is now faded and wrapped in tainted rags. Okay, might be the dark moon. You know, I mean, the abyss just rising on it. The sorry fool was known for wander the battlefield as a crazed ghoul, lashing out at friend and foe. You know, this particular description for him is, I wouldn't say that it's inaccurate, but it's a little over the top, due to the fact that you bring him into the, if you're part of that particular type of covenant, you can kill the person that you're cooperating with that summoned you, or you can kill the invader. You can kill the person who summoned you, or you can kill invaders. So you really have the choice to choose what side that you want to be on. There's a deeper meaning to their cause than what really people really are paying attention to, and I'm realizing that as I start to explain the Malmaker Covenant and their whole situation, with basically removing, not giving the power to the darkness, or not giving the power to certain darknesses or certain lights, but to simply just kind of store that type of darkness away and let it rest, and maybe start a new world. I'm not sure, but I'm sure about what's going on in terms of why they would make a mound like that, and I don't know what the outcome would be per se, but it looks funny. The whole ordeal with the boss that you actually fight there, who seems to be creating more and more dead people hanging on the tree, or coming off the tree, being produced, or maybe that thing in the tree is removed or doing something. But what the soul that comes out of it can transpose a soul into an item, which is done through Ludlith. He asks for you to bring the soul of that tree, which is above where he's at. And I mean, that's a whole different thing. I'm not going to go too deep into that aspect of it, but there are correlations that are not spoken about. And of course, this is his daughter, the attire of the Knight, the Sunless Realm, who known for their resistance to both magic and dark. So to me, she has this capability from her covenant that will protect her from magic, which is what clerics try to prevent themselves from being affected by, and of dark, which makes them even stronger in that case. I mean, like I said, it's something that we could all just we could jump into and have a discussion about, just to go deeper. The sunless night served the nameless moon. And perhaps it is for a reason the attire cast a feminine silhouette. But I mean, it's a feminine attire, so cut it out, right? So anyway, so so I digressed a little bit, but again, we're still on point. We're still on, in the middle of it because again, we're talking about a. Hold on, I'm trying to fix my headpiece. This ain't the best headpiece in the world. Okay. Oh boy, it's still turning downward. That's okay. Um. So. So let's get off of this for a second. So the helm of the war of God of war, Ferocia Lion Knights was preserved even after the destruction of their home. Why Lion Knights? You know, why Lion Knights? God of War, Lion Knights. You know, where's Ferocia exactly? You know, beyond death. I don't know, man. If you have, if you were to say that the son's firstborn is Faram, and if we go back to this description where it says the tale is of the son's firstborn, his faithful first knight, which again we're still the knight aspect. I'm trying to put it in trying to put whoever that is in his rightful place, whether that be either Smo or Havel or someone else. Okay? And the brave dragon slayer who served them both. So Havel was known as the Rock due to his armor that he wore and so forth. And his shield. So let's go to all his armor pieces and let's see what they tell us. A tremendously solid heavy ratio cut straight from a great slab of stone, said to be the relic of the legendary Havel, the Rock. Okay. There's no way to really turn his name around into different things. We can put it as Leva. That's backwards. I don't know. We can put I don't know. Vahal. I don't know. Put the V and the H and we'll swap those around. I don't know. There's not much you can really do with that with Havel, the word Havel, as far as playing with his name. And that doesn't really do much for us either, right? As you can see. However, alongside the dragon tooth, so he has a dragon tooth as well. The shield is imbued with the power of remnants of Havel himself. The shield is imbued with the power of the remnants of Havel himself. And it says, you raise the shield in silent prayer, turning the user's body into a solid mass of stone. The remnants of himself was a solid mass of stone. We don't know. Bye. Night night. I love you. Night night. Night night. Night night, gorgeous. Bye bye. So, sorry about that. First things first, alright. So, stone flesh. So Havel obviously had some sort of connection. The remnants of Havel himself, a special power was to, which was to, I guess, solidify his body, to turn the users into a solid, massive stone. I don't really know what to say about that, to be honest, because they say so much about Havel in the light of him not liking magic. Was this, and of course they say raise the shield in a silent prayer. Prayers obviously, you know, if you're given a tome of divine blessing, a tome that is a blessed tome, to read. It's always what you read in prayer, that allows you to have what you know, to do certain things or grant you certain things, right? And in this case, he's raising his shield, which came from, it's a slab of stone, a great slab of stone, and he prays, and then he becomes just as, and then turns his body into a solid mass of stone. The only thing I can really get from that is, yeah, that he said to be the relic of, I don't know, wherever he got that prayer from. You know, he could have been a cleric. You know, I just don't look at his character as being a cleric, let alone a fighter. Maybe a knight, because, you know, he wore armor. He wore certain things that's to protect himself from the dragons, to fight the dragons. It could be anything. I don't know, but I'm gonna continue to develop Havel's character in my mind based on what information that they've given to me. Apparently, he had no problem with prayer, because there are other things, such as this that speaks about him. So, alright, so these two connect. These two right here connect, right? Because this is a magic barrier, and this is just a greater magic barrier, right? So increases magic damage, absorption, covering the body in all white protective coating, right? And then it says there was a short period of time where clerics and sorcerers. Okay, so I'll go back to that in a moment, because we're like I said, I'm pulling the layers back, if you will. Okay, we're pulling the layers back. Hold on, let me see. Okay, thank you for that. I got that same sword, but I'm not using that sword this way. Oh shit, I switched out my I'm gonna use more magic. That is not a dragon. That's not, well, it's not your typical dragon, I'll tell you that much. It's not your typical dragon. Okay? Okay? What are we talking about here? It's not your typical. I'm just gonna wait to get back some of those wings. Oh boy! Oh, you think you're gonna creep up on me? 네가 시켜봐. Wow. He's wearing Harold's suit, as we was just talking about that. Being that we're in Dragon's Peak, seems only right to have that discussion, right? And I will be having this same type of discussion on my I will be having these discussions on other accounts. It's just for right now. It just seems right. So, let me see now. Alright, so let's go back. I'll keep the dark pine resin here, which has a very interesting description. I'm not going to get into that. We're definitely not going to get into that. I'm going to go back to where which was talking about the magic barrier. So, the magic barrier, right, is a miracle of clerics who wielded weapons. Okay, I mean, obviously the clerics wielded weapons, right? Says that increased magic damage absorption by covering the body in a white protective coating. There was a short period in history where clerics and sorcerers opposed one another. Clerics and sorcerers oppose one another. No wonder why they would need magic barriers. So now we know the history of this, the making, or not the making, more or less, but the reason for this is the magic barrier's existence in the first place. Thus, it became necessary for even simple clerics to have some means of opposing magic. So clerics are completely, like, you cannot use magic by any means necessary in their light, to the way they see things. It is in opposition to what miracles are. Sorcery is the opposition to that. Again, when we're looking at the war that's going on or happened, Gwyn went up against the dragons. A lot of their magic, let's just say magic, not magic, but a lot of the well, I guess I don't know if you can really call, I mean, all of it really seems like magic to us, right? Sorcery, pyromancy, and miracles, right? So any level of sorcery is considered magic. So I guess things that you manifest through faith is not considered magic. It's faith-based things. And that's really, when you think about the war, clerics, sorcerers, faith versus intelligence. You know, that's really what that whole thing really boils down to. So, I mean, you can see where there would be a level of opposition between those who are learning magic from the dragons and those who are learning clergy and the church with Gwyn. They're right in there in this simple magic description alone can paint a picture for you, because, you know, we don't really care too much whenever we see particular things in games, right? We go, oh, that's just the description for this. Oh, this describes that. Okay, yeah, that's a little history for that. But we never really try to fit it in and make it make sense to what we're actually experiencing in the storyline, the gameplay, as we move through and shift through the game, picking up items in certain spots and places, and just saying, well, oh, I got this, blah blah blah. I just stumbled upon this, and the fun factor of it is just being able to use it. Well, we don't pay attention to its location, why it's there, why was that particular thing in that place of the board, because it's irrelevant, right? We just kind of just want to just pick it up, figure out what it is, can we use it, and then use it. You know, that's one aspect of it that we can really look at and see, right? So um so so that's about it. um it's not, hold on guys. All right, guys. So so this right here is a very important aspect of figuring out who's who in the description of um the sacred oath. When it comes down to Gwen's, or and mind you, we're still assuming that when they say son's firstborn, they're talking about the son, they're talking about Gwen's firstborn. And when they say his faithful first knight, we're still talking about somebody additional, maybe. It's a tale of the sons firstborn, a tale of the son's first faithful first knight, and the son's brave dragon slayer who served them both. Meaning, either when they say them both, meaning him and his son, or served him and his son. I don't know. If you read it straight, then it says this is the tale of the son's firstborn, right? His faithful knight, the firstborn's his son's first faithful knight, or the son's firstborn, and his faithful knight, which they didn't put "and" because that would be too many. That doesn't go right. That's not grammarly. Jesus. Grammatically correct Um, the son's firstborn, his faithful first knight. When they say his faithful first knight, are they talking about the son, or are they talking about the firstborn? And the brave slayer, dragon slayer, who served them both, meaning the first knight and the firstborn, or the firstborn and the son. Because when we talk about hierarchy, when we talk about, you know, who's running the show, and then who's being who's the leader of the knights. And again, that brings us back to a certain pivotal point. Let's go back to Yorshka's good lord, her chime, and it says, "Knight Captain, the captain of the knights." Gwyn is not going to be the captain of his knights. He can be. I mean, technically, he's the god of all of them, right? But she was talking about her brother, and Gwyn is not her brother. So that would have to be, when he's referring to, the firstborn, more or less. I don't know. Again, let me go back here to the yeah, her brother, former retired, right, or stepped down, knight captain. Okay, her brother, I guess, the brother gave her her name, and that name was different from what the name that was given to her by either her mother or her father, and it was changed. The brother changed, gave her the chime along with her name. But who is the knight captain? That's the question. Who's the knight captain? Was it, where is he? Was it Faram? Armor of the Ferosa Knights. Why would it be Lion Knights, right? And why wouldn't that make sense that he is if it is the nameless king, be it that he is the son, that he is the god of war, and that the people that were running under him were called the Lion Knights. Why not? Why not? Look at the helmet that Ornstein had. Ornstein had a helmet that was a golden lion helm, and he was a dragon slayer from the age of the gods. In the dragonless age, the knights, this knight, who long guarded the cathedral, left the land in search of the nameless. This is the dragon slayer that they were talking about in the sacred oath. Alright? In the sacred oath. It cannot be any other. Yeah, sure. We could look at Havel. But is Havel, are they giving any description of Havel being the first knight? No, but we're trying to see if we can piece that together. But we can fit, and we can say Ornstein's very armor set and his position connects the Ferosa Lion Knights who served the god of war, which the son went to war with the dragons with the father, and Ornstein was one of those guys that were right behind him. Why wouldn't it be that? Why wouldn't he be the God of War? Why wouldn't Faram be his name, be it that the name of that armor is such? Faram. There is too many. There's not too many. There are very, very little connections in this game with the descriptions to run with. And if we took enough time to sit down and pay attention to certain things to help it make sense, then I'm telling you, we're gonna end up figuring it out. We're gonna end up figuring it out. Look at this. Ring associated with Dragon Slayer Ornstein. What's on it? It's a lion. It's called the Leo ring. Strength and thrust weapon, and he has a thrust weapon. He has a spear. Counterattacks. Ornstein was the first knight of the sun's eldest born, and his cross spear is said to have pierced scales made of stone. Here's the thing. See this right here where it says pierced scales made of stone? Okay? There's a lot here that we can kind of get lost in the sauce that will confuse us heavily. Okay? And make us feel like, nah, that can't be like that, or this can't be like that. In part 1, which I do know of because I've made it that far in part 1, I've made it to Anne Orlando. That's where my current character is saved at until I continue to play on. Big ups to my boy, play on PlayStation Network, for helping me get through Anne Orlando's part, because I was stuck at the not the very, very beginning, but just climbing up the side of the building to get inside to, you know, I mean, I made it to the painted world, you know, on my own, by myself. I ran through that whole ordeal. I did a lot of stuff by myself in there, but, you know, just like every other Souls game out there, it can be rough, man. And sometimes the help is very, very well appreciated. Back to this. So Ornstein, one of the 4 knights of Gwyn. So Gwyn had 4 knights, okay, and he was the first lord. So that in itself right there says a whole lot that can help you uncover a lot of stuff. Ornstein was the first knight in the of the sun's eldest born. Ornstein was the first knight of the sun's eldest born. So that was his first knight. And I said to myself, they didn't crown, or they didn't place Ornstein as the leader of the knights. It must have been the son's eldest, such as Gwyn's oldest firstborn, that was leading the knights. If he was under him, running this whole ordeal, running this whole situation. We don't have much to really run with, but there is some stuff here that could help us get through this story. Now it says have pierced scales made of stone. Now Habel has all of these different things. Sorry, I'm like watching my daughter on the monitor. We're going through the process of sleep training, where she is starting to she's fighting sleep. She doesn't want to lay down, but she will. She'll get through it. And just gotta have faith. You know. There's pillows in there for her, or is it just all flat? Yeah. Was that you, or was that the floor? Downstairs. I'm feeling in trouble coming from below. Sorry about that, folks. So, um, so Ornstein was the first knight of the son's, well, of the son's eldest, and mind you, in here they're talking about when they, when you decide to talk about the eldest or the youngest, we're putting people before and after certain people, so we know that there were more that were involved. His eldest born, and apparently that would be Faram, or in this case where we are sticking him, would be the nameless king, because he decided that he was going to go with the dragons. Now, here's something that, just kind of, how do I say? It makes sense in regards to, the fact that it's saying he has an eldest son. So that squeezes Faram in right there. It also suggests that if his son had his first knight, that knight was supposedly the knight that was supposed to protect him. Whenever royalty is sent out to do things, right, there's normally a protector there, or somebody to train the child up to be like its father, and he was an heir to his father's lightning bolt to inherit the light to move forward. And there was just too many factors, I believe, that were set into place because Gwyn committed the first sin, and that was very well verified. I had initially had said that, and then I had saw some videos where they kind of explained that and mandated what I had said about the fact that he was the one that committed the first sin, because he is trying to go against the age changing as seasons change. Nobody wants to go into a place that is dark and they've never been there before. No one wants to go or be in a place that is unknown to them or looks unpleasing to them, because then it's like you got to go through all this hardship again to figure out how to survive in a new environment, and it's just not what you're accustomed to. And if it's going to remove you from strength or remove you from respect and power, it might just strike fear in you, or it just might make you feel a way. And Gwen ended up making a huge sacrifice to keep the Age of Fire going. Not that this sacrifice was for the greater good of humanity or anything else. It was just so that the gods can continue to be in power, and they would have to carry on the legacy. And a lot of people started to realize that even though the Abyss seemed like a horrid place to transition to, and that we would have to fight for our life, because it would be that transition period, right, where it's like Um, it's the, you know, the fire going out, and then there's the abyss, and how the abyss has these locusts, and this darkness is just growing on things and solidifying in form, and it's dark, and there's smoke, and it's like, how can you want to live in such a thing? You know, you can't really blame Gwyn for feeling how he felt and then wanting to actually do something about it. The problem is that, you know, drastic measures, you know, people take drastic measures for things that they feel is very important, or is in, or it needs dire attention. They'll do almost anything to see that it doesn't happen, or they do something about it and that it succeeds in the end, essentially. And what he did was a lot of harm to a lot of people and a lot of things that he did not foresee, such as trying to keep the Age of Fire alive, kept the humans living in their human body, which was made to perish after a while, and it wasn't in a good way. What I learned recently from a video was that and this is something that is true. The humanity that you use in part one restores your hollowing effect. The hollowing goes away when you use a humanity. This was the power that was given onto the human beings to do. But that's only when you're alive and you die and you're rekindled at the bonfire, that you start to hollow after a while, which means your form starts to dwindle and dwindle and dwindle. You use the power of another humanity, which is just another human soul, and in the fire, or you crush it, to restore your humanity so you can continue to live. In this particular game is a little different. We come back as what's considered the Ashen Ones, which means that this is a different type of life force that is that people are living off of. It's still we still have a fragment in us, which is the, you know, we're not using humanities in here to restore our physical appearance. What we're doing is that we're going to Velka, which you see one of her acolytes, if you will, on top of the church top, where the bell is located after you defeat the two gargoyles that's guarding it. He's there to absolve you from sins. And if you feel like, you know, telling him about an invader that came into your world and killed you, you can. And then he'll go down in the book so that he will be tried, or he'll have to suffer the consequences of someone invading him, more or less, or something of that nature, because he follows the Velka, the goddess of sin. And it, you know, a lot of stuff started to make sense to me, you know, such as the fact that why would, first off, and you know, and this made sense to me too. I was watching, I forgot this guy's name, and the guy who makes these videos, but you know, he touched upon something that I found that was very, very true, is that no one gets put in a place of being a goddess of something if they didn't have some sort of connection to it. And he's absolutely right. Gwyn is the god of sunlight because he obtained the Lord soul, which was light or fire, and he was given lightning. Nito was death. That was his Lord soul that he picked up. had that power. And mind you, that goes into a deeper topic as well, because his is of a polarity to the witches of Izalith, which had the vessel, the Lord Soul vessel of, I guess, of fire or of chaos, and that's the opposition of death. So there's when there was light, which is fire, fire brought light, and when you have fire, you have light, and then you have shadows, or you have darkness. Darkness always exists. In a space there's nothing. Where there is nothing, there is just darkness, where a lot of things begin. And if fire is brought into it, now we have light. The only thing left with that makes a polarity in that space and in that world is light and dark, which is basically Nito representing the darkness, the death, and then there's there's Izalith, and there's the daughters of Izalith, the witches of Izalith, right? The witch from Izalith and her daughters, whatever you want to put it as. There was light in that, and it's just like I was telling my guys, when you look at the souls in Dark Souls, right? When you look at the souls, what do you see? Like what is the description of what the soul looks like in the human beings or gods? They look like fire. They all look like fire. All right. I'm digressing a lot away from the topic of Yorshka, but we're still talking about it, because what has to be stressed and understood is that the dragons lived in a time where there was nothing, and in that nothingness, eventually something happened. When something happens, such as fire and dark, you have two opposite sides. You have dragons, which they say that I guess they lived in the world before anything. It was just darkness, it was nothingness, or there was dragons. And then all of a sudden, there's light, which is fire in the earth, or fire. With that brought heat, it brought warmth, it brought death with it as well, because fire consumes. Okay? Fire consumes. It has to consume something to exist. And in the process of consuming something, you're bringing death to it. You can refine it, right? We can refine things with fire. But Izalith's witches got a hold to that, and that was their ability to be able to wield fire and play with it. And then you have Nito, who grabbed the other soul, and then you have, after that, then you have Gwyn. He grabbed onto another soul, and that soul was of light, so he's the sun. Then the last one was the fruit of Pygmy, and he basically, there was something about this soul that they all looked over, and upon them looking over that dark soul that they found, they didn't realize the potential that was behind it. Not that it was bad, but I think because of Gwen not wanting to have this aspect being taken over, he was willing to shut that whole thing down, because that was an opposition to what he brings about. And in all reality it was, because again, Nito is not trying to fight against Izalith. They all worked together to get rid of the dragons, but they destroyed something that was so profound and important, because the dragons were where they were getting their magic and intelligence from. when you look at pyromancy, pyromancy can only be wielded by an individual who is intelligent and has faith. So you got to have faith in what you're doing, and you got to have the smarts behind it. Somebody who just believes in something and gets it, or is able to do that ability, is wonderful, because all you're really doing is working on your faith to be that strong. But pyromancy is a different type of source of energy. Okay? Pyromancy is a different type of source of energy that requires intelligence and faith. That is the combination of two worlds who are in an opposition. Alright? Oh, look, see, look. You know, the funny thing about it is that now that I've been playing with people and stuff, I've been noticing a lot more individuals who are mound makers. And I got a vertebrae shot. Like, god damn. Vertebrae shackles are very important, but we wouldn't know about it unless we paid a very, very, you know, close attention to the game and the wordings. And we don't, you know, I don't see a lot of people from the mound makers in here. But now I'm starting to see them a lot more often. And I appreciate it. I really do, because that's probably the only covenant that I would rock with right now, because I see somewhat what their purpose is. That may sound funny. It may sound weird too. But in all reality, ain't nothing really weird about it. And I'll get into that later on, because that's a different part of the story that so we'll get into that whole ordeal with Wayne still. Oh, get him. Get him. Yeah. Alright. So. Alright, so my stamp of approval. It's just something I do with that. All right. So right. Going back, because I'm gonna bring this to a conclusion soon. Um, I don't know if my boys are on, but so let's go back for a second. I have to figure out exactly how am I going to. For what? It's not even charging. Just put this on now. Use this. Alright, so we got our fill. Back over here for a second. Put my sign down. I'm about to go somewhere else actually. Not going to stay here when I know that there's probably other people out here. You know, I didn't see that many blood stains on the ground out there, so it just might be new people coming in. We're just the only person there, and they're popping up. So. Let me go ahead. Let's take it to. Let's go to. I would say crucial areas to see exactly how it's coming out. All right, so yeah, so I digressed a lot, but again, I assure you, everything makes sense because we're talking about opposition, the opposition aspect of Dark Souls, and where things went left, and why are you like, all right, for instance, this very thing that we have in our possession, such as Yorshka's chime, right? The question beckons, is she or isn't she from the painted world? You know, when children come into the world, you know, when they're born, or even before they're born, right? Because we know they exist, they don't know we exist, really, you know, to be exact. We give them a name before they enter the world, before they can take on the form that they've been given and truly utilize and use and move and groove and whatever, right? And we give them a name. This bell could have been given to her while she was maybe in the painted world, but then why still call her I forgot her name. Oh God, I was gonna say Sabrina, but it's not Sabrina. Jesus, oh my goodness. I don't have my phone next to me, it's actually charging somewhere, but the girl that's in Priscilla, excuse me, her name's Priscilla, right? Now, she's in the painted world, and she has a tail and slightly some horns. Okay, Priscilla's a bit taller than the Yorshka that we see sitting down, but Yorshka's tall too. She also has a tail. You know, she has a tail. You know, they could have decided that, you know, they were working with a little bit of graphics back then, and maybe they didn't want to make her look like that, and then, of course, they just made her way more elegant looking I mean, we have to take those type of things into account. Why? Because at the end of the day, Super Mario Bros. Didn't look the same way in the games that they looked back in 8-bit. I mean, we would look at them and say, yeah, he had a big nose and a mustache and the hat. But a real life look or a real look and drawn and stuff like that, after a while putting these graphics in the game, you know, they had to make sure that, it was going to be a look that they were going to continue to use. And Mario somewhat, I mean, he still looks the same, you know what I'm saying? Like, he still has that same look that he had back then. A little different, not too much different. But I mean, I'll give you a better idea. Mega Man. Okay, Mega Man for Nintendo. The first Mega Man cartridge, I could have swore Mega Man was dark or some sort of whatever color. Doesn't matter if he's black or white, but and then he didn't have a blaster on his arm in the picture. He had a gun. And it was like this futuristic pew 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 shout out shots. It was a gun. It didn't look like a laser gun, like a gun, like a futuristic kind of whatever they thought of at the moment, that would be like a hat and a suit that looks like he was probably running around some sort of virtual reality future. I don't know. But the point is that for the time in which these games are created, they do the best that they possibly can with the graphics engines that they're working with. And if you look at the difference between Dark Souls 3 and Dark Souls 1, you gotta say wow. You gotta say wow. Like, they really put a lot of time and effort into putting structure into every single little bit of certain things that they did, and you gotta clap for them. Even the movement is much more fluent. The roll is much more fluent. In Dark Souls 1, man, it's like I was saying before, like I told the crew too, I feel like a fat boy running around, no matter what my stats are. I roll slow, I run slow, it's kind of wonky sometimes. It's just weird. The movement is it's not as fluent as the way this moves right here. Like, yeah, it might just be like that because it's faster, and whatnot. But like I said, they just did with the graphics what they could do with the graphics. So when you look at it from that standpoint, right, you have to say, man, I mean, obviously they're gonna give more detail to a character that didn't have that much detail before, because what are you doing if you can't make it look more realistic, if you can't make it look better, and you just keep them looking the same with all the other things around it looking better? That's like keeping Mario, 8-bit looking Mario, in a 3D world. No, you're gonna upgrade it. So when you accept that aspect of things, then you go, okay, I could see how Priscilla was transitioned from the painted world into the real world, and given a new name such as Yorshka, because she has a tail and she has horns. Okay? So, being that she was put into that prison tower after Pontiff was considered, well, he self-proclaimed himself to be the Pontiff. Why would he want to hide her there from Aldridge? Pontiff Sullivan does not have a covenant of his own the way Aldridge does. There was something that either Aldridge or his clan figured out and knew, that they decided that they were gonna go ahead and start um and actually start doing what they were doing. You don't just, you don't work for a church and then automatically just start eating people. There has to be some sort of something there. There has to be something there. Um, he was known to have dreams, and if he dreamt about a god or dreamt about something, then it's likely that he would end up having their powers, right? So why devour them? Why not dream of them? Why not just dream about whatever it is that you want to obtain that the other person has? Because that's all it took. All it took was for him to dream about a person, a god, place, or thing, and he would be able to have their power to do so. So why eat them? Why eat other humans? Eating humans, that's a whole nother ball game right there. That had him get to the status that he was at. If you listen to Hawkwood in the Firelink Shrine, he tells you that, you know, he became a lord of Cinder, not for virtue. I mean, not for his might, not for, no. He said not for he said not for something, but for his might, not for virtue, but for his might. And how can you say that he is mighty because he decided to eat other human beings? In this game, we find Gale at the end of the world eating one of the elders for the Dark Soul. No, excuse me, one of the pygmies for the Dark Soul, because he needed the blood for his lady's painting. But he went hollow, he went mad, and then driven by the amount of Dark Soul blood that he already started drinking, it never really went crazy in him until you started coming along. Until you came along, the Ashen One. Other players run around in the Mound Maker's Covenant looking for shackles, vertebrae shackles. That's a spinal bone. That bone has the Dark Soul energy in it. In the marrow of the bone is etched there, which comes out of the undead beings who are dead on the earth. And they're coming out of beings that keep coming back alive. It's not that it's hard to explain. It's hard to it's hard to kind of put it together. But when you go to and mind you, you don't find this in unattended graves, by the way, but you do find this at the cathedral, where the dead is coming back to life, and they're walking around, and there's a piece of them, or a nasty growth of a living thing that comes out of their stomach area, that eventually, you know, it starts to feed, it starts to eat. It just starts to, and I think after a while, you know, the dead part of it, where it was laid dormant inside of the body, starts to die off. it starts to suck all of the life force that's out of it, and then eventually you just see that physical form crawling around without a lower part of the body, because you just see a bone of whatever it was, but you see the tail of the beast, which has arms, it has a not a face, but something like a head, and it's coming after you, and it's crawling on its arms, holding its body up. And this is at the bottom of the cathedral. You can find some of them starting to sprout out of the undead that is actually in the graveyard. And when they jump on you and hurt you, you start to get something called bleed damage, which means they're probably tearing into your skin. They're biting and tearing you up. And I think the more beings that have dark soul blood inside of them running, the more they eat that, the stronger they become. This is what happened to Gale. And Gale was at one point going after, and made it to our world, by the way, going after the fire. First he was begging for the fire. Then you find him in the end, and he is blood sucking on the individuals and sucking their blood, or what's left of it, in their bones, in their bodies, of whatever. And he goes into a frenzy, and then when you beat him before the second time, when the first cutscene comes into place, he's talking about, oh, is this the blood of the dark soul? So see, it goes from the dark soul to talking about the dark soul's blood. So these beings that start to come out of these living the undead is bad, because the dead are supposed to be dead. That's it. And what Gwen did was put the curse seal on us, so that the darkness inside of us can't grow, but we keep on living, so that we can relight the fire. But then there's different things that start to come about. We start to fight against the darkness, which is not the darkness, is the abyss. And again, talking about polarities, Father Lloyd, who was running the Way of the White, he made all the clerics wear a seabed on their back. Wear a shell on their back to keep away the growth, so you won't become seabeds of darkness, or of the plague, or whatever that is that will grow out of you, possibly. And a lot of people became pilgrim butterflies, if you will, or whatever you want to call them. And that shield is to keep that from happening. It's an evolved process. The transformation. A lot of people didn't like the transformation process. And Lloyd, maybe more or less before Gwen, was already fighting a situation with chaos, or with death. Again, Grave Lord Nito. It's supposed to be death versus life. Fire, where there's fire, in this case, there's life. And there was that, or that polarity already had existed. But when you have people, when you have, huh? Kind. Yeah, maybe. When you have um Grave Lord Nito, you know, doing his part, which is bringing death to the world. That was his job, to satiate the vessel of his fire to consume. Because his soul, his Lord's soul that he picked up, it's a soul, and it looks like fire. All these different fragments of life that they picked up, and there was a responsibility behind it. Nito brought death and darkness. The fire brought light and life. People took the power of fire and just used more faith than intelligence. They believed more in like somebody like Lloyd. And Lloyd ended up starting a church. Was it after Gwen that the Way of the White existed? And what did they do? Their whole purpose was undead clerics who, there's nobody here. Undead clerics who end up some way, somehow being involved with the dragons and trying to keep the seabed from growing out of their back. Did they turn to the dragons? I said this in the other, like maybe like 2 or 3 videos ago. You see the pilgrims. They went from having a normal cleric's garb to, and I'll show you that garb in this one as well. Let me put my sign down first, because we're gonna go over this. And Yorshka, you know, her moving her from the tower to, from the painted world to the tower, and her brother bringing her there, and then her brother being the firstborn, it only makes sense that she would have some sort of dragon blood in her. And that, whereas he wanted to fight against, he didn't want to go with the flow of what his father was doing. But I don't think that it was necessarily that he didn't want to go with what his father was doing. Maybe, just maybe, the abyss got to him. Why do I say that? Right? That's such a long, far-fetched thing to think. Like, what? Like, that's stupid. Why would the darkness, why would the abyss get to the firstborn? Right? There's nothing in it, in the storyline, that suggests that Faram, Gwen's firstborn, the Lion Knight general, not general, but the leader of the Dark Moon, not the Dark Moon Blades. At least that's what we're still trying to figure out, right? Because why is it that he is the, how can he be leading the Sunlight Brothers covenant and then running the Dark Moon covenant as well? Why would he represent the Dark Moon when he already has a covenant with the sunlight covenant? Why would he have two? Can somebody please comment, or please, you know, come to my live, or jump on with me. Let's discuss the lore. You know, because it's not gonna make any sense that one brother has two covenants, and mind you, and this is not to say that it's not possible. I'm not saying it's not possible. What I'm saying is that there has to be, and there should be, an explanation there as to why there would be two covenants that one brother is running. Okay? Again, show item info. A silver pendant depicting the dark moon and a sword. That's a Lothric blade, by the way. I believe that's a Lothric sword. The crest of the Dark Moon Knights. The original Blue Sentinels. So we know that the Blue Sentinels, okay, were this. So they said the original Blue Sentinels. So originally they were Blue Sentinels, and then indoctrinated or came together to become what's called the Dark Moon Knights. This right here is a very pivotal moment for everybody to pay attention to in regards to what was the Blue Sentinels' purpose before changing their name over to the Blade of a Dark Moon, where they were just Blue Sentinels before, whereas the Way of the Blue, which is very close to the Way of the White, okay, they're protecting these people. They're protecting these people. And it's like, well, what do we do? What do we do with this information? We have to make sense of it. And again, the Way of the Blue sounds like the Way of the White. Are they the same? Are they the same? And if so, what changed? Something came and infiltrated that whole thing that they had going on, because you cannot join the covenant of the Way of the White no more after part 1. Okay? There wasn't things for you to pillage and pick up and get from other players to give so that you can gain things. At least nothing that I saw. Not when it came down to the Way of the White. Maybe I need to go back and look at my inventory to see, like, there's certain things I'm missing. And granted, I will. As soon as I'm done nitpicking at every little aspect of this game to make it make sense. However, other covenants, such as the Dragon Covenant, the Brothers of Sunlight, and so forth and so on, you get little things so that you can give it, so that you can get higher status within the covenant, so that you are granted items or granted magic and abilities. Just saying. You know? So why the Way of the Blue? Out of nowhere, out of the blue, there's a covenant, you know, not a covenant, but you wear this Way of the Blue so that you are protected by you're protected by uh, anybody who wears what's called the way of the blue, which is not the way of the white. Okay, it's not the way of the white, right? But the help is good because it keeps invaders away. Why not just go? Why aren't we just using the way of the white then? Because they can't. They don't have that agreement with the way the blue sentinels. You know, fading sheepskin parchment depicting the dark moon and a sword. Okay, equip a pledge to pledge oneself to the blue sentinels. When a member of the Way of the Blue is threatened by dark spirit, the blue sentinels, in compliance with the ancient accord, okay, this was made by an ancient accord, to assume the form of a blue spirit and help root out the invader. So they got to do it because that's their covenant. The sentinel covenant is a covenant. Okay? Now, the blue sentinels, by the way, get more ears, which is what you cut off from the invader, right? And it makes it seem benevolent in the sense that, and I didn't think about this at first, but you know, other invaders, they cut tongues out of the people that of whatever people they're invading. They cut their tongues out when they beat them. And they bring those tongues, pale tongues, back to Aldrich if you're faithful to Aldrich, right? There's something about the tongue aspect that they need that shows their faith. I don't know. I haven't unrooted that either, right? However, when it comes down to blue sentinels or the dark moon blades, right? You are cutting the ears off of your whoever it is that you killed, the invader. You're cutting their ears off, you know, because it'll show like this person has been impacted by the way of the not the way of the whatever. They've been impacted by the blue sentinels, that they tried to invade somebody who was doing the works of the way of the blue, and these guys come in to take those invaders out, which makes you an invader. Okay, and again, if you don't have to even wear that, you can just take it a step up. And again, they were the original blue sentinels, so all blue sentinels were dark moon knights. That's all the blue sentinels became. Anybody who is rocking, if they were original blue sentinels, okay, we don't know how the blue sentinels even came to be, but I bet you that we can figure that out, because there is one particular thing that I was talking to with a friend of mine online, where we were talking about the ruined armor. And not necessarily the ruined armor, I think it was the ruined armor, but the ruined armor in part 3 is sentinel armor in part 1, I believe. I'm not sure, don't quote me on this. I will go back to find out this information so that you can have it, or you can do the research yourself. Whoever they were following, I'm pretty sure there is some way, somehow, you can follow that back to find out where they came from, what kingship were they under, and you know, figure out what kind of covenants that place had, or you know, through the items that you may find that may come from that place, or you know, something is going to give you a piece of evidence that will at least give you the ability to see a little bit more of the truth you know. But right now, the only thing that we have is the Blue Sentinel Covenant. I'll figure it out. But whoever they are, they give out these parchments, and it's an illustration of the moon. These people don't fight for something; they are protected by what? Hmm. So, so, um, so this sword, this non-sword, shows that they are protected by the dark moon, and the dark moon will protect them, and that in here, this is somebody who pledges themselves to protect those people with the sword who are under the dark moon. You know, this seems to be like a type of indoctrination before you even understand what's really going on in the game. Before you really can start to pick sides and know who is doing what for the benefit of humanity and who's not. And already off the back, they are sliding things like the way of the blue, right to you to protect you throughout the game. And something that you might see as a blessing is probably the same thing that is a curse. You know, given if you are a sunbro and you wear that parchment, you're using them to help you get through the game so that you can fulfill your mission. Now, I do believe in part 1. Gwendolyn does say that that this whole thing was there, set up so that people would continue to do his father's work, which was rekindle the fire and rekindle that flame so that the age of fire may continue. So, and I get it, like the statues were knocked down of the firstborn. They were knocked down. They were knocked down, you know? So, who would still go to these statues and give praise? Who? All the statues are knocked down. All of them. Even in part 3. And there's only one. You know, if you see another one, it's probably knocked down too. And all you're going to see is the feet and the spear. And the spear is nothing like the spear that you see that is in the hand of the Nameless King. It's the spear that Ornstein uses. You know, I'm not gonna lie to you. I felt like Ornstein might be the first, or something else. Like, I speculated on that, and it didn't make any sense. Reading this, the Sacred Oath, it just doesn't make any sense. How can you serve yourself in that regard? Right? It just doesn't make any sense. And we're trying to make sense of what it is that we are dealing with. So, throughout the game, even though the altars to pray at or to give your tokens or whatever you want to call them to, apparently you can still do it. You can still do it. Wait, give me a second, guys. Alright, so there is people here. I don't know if there's people, I know there's people fighting here. I don't know if there's people who are here. Like, they need help. But we're gonna check all over the place. Tonight is not that crazy, which is okay. You know, sometimes I need a rest too. You know, we can go to Yorm. See if somebody needs help with Yorm. But yeah, all of this has something to do with everything. The dragons, the brother. Who is the brother? Why would he have a covenant of the brothers of sunlight and then have a covenant with the dark moon blades? I think the dark moon blades, are run by and only by Gwendolyn. That's the only thing I know of. Like, it's run by Gwendolyn. The very first game that you play, Gwendolyn is the person that you meet in Anne Orlando. And he's the person that you talk to that asks you if you want to join the Dark Moonblade. And when you join, you can, I guess, help root out invaders in other worlds, or people come to your world and they invade and try to stop you, I guess. I don't know. But what I can tell you for sure is that instead of going over there, make it nasty, I'm just gonna go and kill them. I'm not gonna use anything. I would just like to get their robes if I could. If I can get their robes, that would be awesome. 'Cause I already got the black robes in here. And those are the jailers. I want their attire. It hasn't been easy. Trying to get their stuff. So wow, I ran out of millwood. That sucks. Or yes. So yeah, so there goes another robbery. Yeah, this is funny as hell. Now let's see if I can just. Yay! Just take out a couple like that. That's. magic, boy. Anywho, rusted gold coins and the daggers, if you will. Let's basically get out. Lights out. Yeah, but so yeah. So the son having two covenants makes no sense. Like, okay, if she said if my brother was here, you know, oh yeah, I wonder when my dear brother was gone. Oh shish kebab. Shish kebab. Girl comes first. First comes first. Yeah, baby. Okay, so another game right there, that's fine. I don't really care about it. But I'm gonna go back. Or just wait a while. It's a crazy story that deals with this over here as well. Let's step outside and get away from all that. Because apparently there ain't no doors in here, but there's a lot of dead flesh, a lot of gold, and a lot of silver. You know? So anyway, as I was saying, so and that bowl in the back appears to be a Lord vessel as well. A very big Lord vessel at that. So let's get into the items, shall we? And if we go to, well, there's none down here I'm going to explain to you, but I was talking about the Dark Moon Covenant, and it's just funny because, like I said before, for the Dark Moon, proof kept Concord, and this is a proof of this is proof of Concord kept, right? And this is well kept. You know, whatever, right? Let's check over here. Let's see. Let me pull up the description. It says proof of dark spirit fell by a blue sentinel. See? And then over here, same thing. Proof of dark spirit was fell by a blue sentinel. They're still calling it blue sentinel, even though you're part of the Dark Moon Covenant. So you're still you're still a blue sentinel. That's what they call you, a sentinel, basically, a blue one, because you appear in their world as such. Let's open it up. Blood drained, a shrunken ear. Souvenir taken for subduing the guilty. The knights called the blaze of the dark moon punish the guilty soaked offenders of the gods and take this as proof of their conquest. The earless corpse of the guilty will be left behind as a warning to others, inspiring both fear and respect of the gods. Such is the eternal mandate of the dark sun. Okay? Such is the eternal mandate of the dark sun. The dark sun? Who's the dark sun? Okay? The dark sun? Let's see what we can find from the other description. Kept well. It says distinguished proof that one has hunted the enemies of the gods. As per the ancient accord with the way of the blue, the layered ears of a dark spirit, right, is the mark of a particularly guilty offender. One who has flagrantly violated the gods or another. Not much detail there, but it does tell you about the purpose of why, right? But this one goes into a much deeper thing that we can definitely make light of, and that is that Gwendolyn he has the power of the Dark Moon. When you hand in enough of these to Yorshka, you'll be granted the spell. First, you'll be granted, I believe, if I'm not wrong, let's see if I can find first you're granted, I'm not going to say first, because I don't remember what the first was, but you're granted the Dark Moon Blade, and I believe you're granted something else, but I can't really think of it. It's probably a weapon. I do believe it is a weapon of some sort. If I was to go to weapons, I'd probably find something of the, maybe. Close the door. Let's see. These clubs. I don't have anything here. I know though, let me see, that you're given something. Give you something. You're given something. I can't put my finger on it right now. I'm not even sure now as of what you are granted. Man. I'm not even sure. But you can always go into the web and you can find out. I know I can find out. I intend to find out based on playing through the game, which I'm already doing. I already got a character set up. Gotta run through the game where I'm just trying to do things according to sequence, so that way I don't lose certain people. I already messed up, so I gotta do it again. But I'm gonna stick with this character and see what I can get. I don't believe she gives you a shield, because if she did, I'd remember and I'd use it. And I don't believe it's an attire. It could be a ring. Could be a ring that she provides you with, but no, definitely not poison, right? It could be frozen. It could be the chill bite, but I doubt it. I think you get that in the frozen world. So I don't know. I'd have to look that up. I'd have to look it up. However, going back to the magic for a second here. So you do get this after finally giving her the amount that she's requesting, which is about maybe 30 or 40 or maybe 50, I'm not even sure. It says, miracle of those who devote themselves to the Darkening Covenant reinforces the right weapon, right, with dark moon light. Okay, miracles of the dark moon are tales of revenge. Tales of revenge. I don't know, why would they need revenge? Revenge for what? For how they treated you? You know, I don't know. But Captain Yorshka, so now she's the captain, because the person that's supposed to be is who you kill in part 1, which is Gwendolyn. And Gwendolyn is a weird one. He's supposed to be, we know he's related to Gwen, but in the same light of him being related to Gwen, he has snakes for legs, and he casts spells. He is a wielder of sorcery, if you will. He shoots darts and all different types of magics at you, and he was mistreated for, I guess maybe he was mistreated for that purpose. He was a boy, he's a male, but was treated like a female. That is probably, that aspect of the game of part 3 is probably one of the well, it's not one of the most twisted things in the game. It's one of the twisted major things in the game. To have somebody who is of God, born into godlyhood, and because he was born different from his normal self, that he just so happens to be treated differently because he wasn't like everybody else. We could take from this aspect right there, and we could apply that same understanding and knowledge to other characters in the game to get an idea of what happens throughout the ages with those who are ruling in their current age. And you know what essentially happens is that it's almost like it's necessary for it to happen that way.
Hello, person that may or may not lick walruses.
I don't know what you just said, but I'm gonna go and I'm gonna read that comment right now to see what was said. Because let's see what's going on here. Give me a second, guys. Pick up where I left off. Okay, so there's no reply on that. So we're gonna go to my account. So, and by the way, if you, for some reason or another, you like the game, I mean, if you like what you see, Even if you don't like what you see, just hit the like, the follow, the whatever, whatever it is that you, wait. Hold on. I'm trying to see who commented on the video. He said, hello, person that may or may not like walruses. Alright, so I'm turning the volume down. I don't know who Thomas is, may or may not like walruses. So I'm just gonna remove. I got a comment like that before. I don't know what that is. But the bottom line is that, not bottom line, but I mean, the fact that we have, so here we got Miracle of the Dark Moon, or Tales of Revenge, but Captain Yorska recites only the sake of the remembering her brother without knowledge of its meaning. Perhaps it is better left, this is better as revenge is better left to the blades. The blades are still helping out people through the game. If you need help and you're looking to do the will of the gods, whatever, they'll come and they'll aid you. That's just what they do. But slowly but surely, man, it just seems as if this doesn't feel like the brother the nameless king for Ram was upheld as a traitor, if you will. Not like Cephalus was upheld as a traitor. It was more like Cephalus helped the demise of his people by exposing their weakness. He was not like the other dragons. He was different. The firstborn inherited everything his father had, unlike Gwendolyn, who inherited sorcery kind of power that was dark but light. It has blue hues behind it, which shows that it's magic and it's blessed, and it's considered dark moon. The way I see it is that the moon isn't dark. The moon is light at night, and there ain't no sun, and a sunless realm has a moon, and that moon is gonna be what's gonna be when there's darkness in the world, the sun. But see, the thing is that the moon is only able to be seen when there's still a sun to reflect the sun off of. So that concept doesn't work too well. But what we read here about revenge just sounds like them mistreating him because he was definitely not like the rest of his children, not like the rest of Gwen's children. Who's to say that Yorshka, aka God, I forgot the girl's name again. I keep on thinking it's Sabrina, but it's not Sabrina, and for some reason that sounds closer to the name that she has, because I'm thinking of S, R, and B, Sa, or not, and this, I don't know. Anyway, the one that's in the Priscilla, that's why. I don't know why there's a Priscilla with the R, I don't know. Anyway, Priscilla. Priscilla, I guess not Gwen, I guess this guy was her only real friend. Gave her a chime, and he led as captain of the Knights in the Dark Moon Covenant, not in the way that we think, you know. They help, but I think this is specifically to, maybe this is magic and miracle put together creates the Dark Moon Blade, and it's, how can I put it? Being that clerics and sorcerers used to fight back then, you know, and they were trying to protect themselves from clerics, from sorcerers, magic. Who was Gwen involved with that made snakes out of his son? You know, like, why would you mistreat him and have him treated bad? And the ring, that's the reversal ring, tells you that the child was treated as a female even though it was a male, and that's abuse. I could see why he would have a song of revenge or prayer of revenge on his father, because his wanting to save an age and stuff like that, he basically, you know, if I don't know if this is something that's supposed to crush and crumble these heavenly beings in that regard, and stop the fuss of problems. But you know, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out, you know, when she says, "Oh, I don't know where my brother has gone," you don't know that he's dead, right? And even though we know Ornstein went after the Nameless King and hasn't returned, even though we know that Gwendolyn was supposedly holding down the kingdom with an illusion, how do they even, I don't know who thought of that idea, because magic is illusion. Here's human body. You know, this is a sorcery to turn body on invisible. Turn your weapon invisible. You know, there's just different things you can do with sorcery, and sorcery is always sorcery is always depicted as blue. So these dark blue hues with something that is so bright and white, is the mixture of it walks the fine line of magic and miracle, and that's what Gwendolyn was doing. But I think he was just very shunned by his father. And again, I don't think people expect to be a traitor among their own kind. Maybe they just come to their own defenses, knowing that nobody really else cares about their well-being like that, and that happens. It happens, even though what they're thinking, feeling about a particular thing might be wrong. You know, um, it don't make how they feel about the situation wrong, because the circumstances, that they have to deal with suggest that if you're gonna mistreat somebody based on the fact that they're different, and taken, we treat people differently based on who they are, you know, not what we think they are. We have to learn that aspect. And then, as you can see, even in the story about gods, a father couldn't treat his own son with the love and respect that he did with the other son that he was so proud of, because the other one went to war with him. He was more sorcery than more of miracle than sorcery. If your child came out with the ability to wield sorcery, then help navigate him and those feelings and who he is to be the best version of what he is. The dragons, as mighty as they were, I feel did the same thing with Sith. Sith was a miraculous being in the dragon world. You can tell because he didn't have everything they had. He didn't have that thick skin to protect them, to go to war, to fight. You can call him a coward if you like, but the reality of it is that more than likely he had to deal with his own kind shunning him for not being like them, and that made matters worse, because it's not good to walk through life or any existence feeling like you must please other people by how they feel and how they think. You must learn to be happy with who you are, and sometimes it's really hard to be happy with who you are when the whole world is telling you, you know, you're not like us, you're different, and you're a weirdo, and you'll never be like us. And you get so fixated on yourself and what people are saying about you, rather than trying to find aspects about you that is so great and better than what other people bring to the table. Evolution, what we find miraculous things in things that are different, things that are different, like they're not in the norm bracket, or not what we consider norm. And that is something that people should learn to pay attention to, and they would want to actually see uh, what potential can come from a being that is so different in this light or in that light. Help them embrace it, you know. But instead they shun it. You know, they put it through they abuse it, and they don't even realize that, you know, the research that Seth did and gave away to Gwen, he could have did if his people would have treated him good with his intelligence, being that he wasn't as strong and he didn't have the shield, you know, to protect himself. He could have been like, my people love me. I'm gonna look for a way to defeat these people who are trying to kill my people. They're good people. And even though I'm different, they never treated me differently. They treated me like I was one of them. You know? And then found a weakness with Gwen. Found a weakness in the rest of them. And just start, you know, and just gave the war over to the dragons. Then sorcery would probably be the only thing that would exist after a while. But again, you know, this is the story of Seth. And even though, you know, we saying, well, what's the difference? Like, we talking about Yorshka here. We're not talking about Seth. But when you look at it, look at where this girl was put. She was put into the painted world. The painted world is a place where they put things. How do I know this? I know this because you have the Way of the White, which is a church, right? And the Way of the White is a church that is created to help usher those who become undead, who become clergy, to go on their pilgrimage, to go on their hunts as duties to the church, and have purpose in life. Purpose. A way for them to control this whole undead and the abyss growing situation. And it seemed like a good plan that Lloyd made. Like, yeah, let's indoctrinate humans and let us try to give them purpose and keep them on the right track so they don't lose their mind, and have them go out to hunt down the undead in all these random places in the land, so that the darkness stops growing, more or less. But there's so much more deeper than that I believe and that I know, because you can't stop what you guys already had started, what Gwen already had started, which was placing the seal mark because he was scared of the dark. So inevitably, you know, this whole situation took place because of fear, and not knowing better. And you can have faith that you're going to overcome it with what you're about to do, but when you lack the knowledge and understanding of what you're about to do and how the effect is going to be bad later on, you know, you just might get an ability and faith that is going to lead you down the wrong path. I'll give you an example. The Deacons of the Deep. Okay, it says Miracle taught to inaugurate Deacons of the Cathedral of the Deep. Slightly boosts attack, damage absorption resistance, and increases stamina recovery. The Deep was originally originally a peaceful and sacred place, but became the final test for many abhorrent things. This tale of the deep offers protection for those who worship amidst those horrors. Um, you know, I'm pretty sure that the deacons of the deep had their situation going on, and it could have been the deacons. It could have originally just been Cathedral of the Deep, but why not Cathedral of the Way of the White? Why not? They have things in there that suggest that that church might have been of the Way of the White. Maybe, maybe not. But I could see why they call it the Deep, because, you know, you use miracles and then you start dibbling dabbling into your intelligence and what you know, and using the power of faith to manifest what you know, to bring to light. And here they are, you know, possibly doing things like, for instance, I'll give you an example, and we're still talking about Yorshka here. The deep gem. You know, when I started understanding how these gems work and how they're going to be of a benefit to me with weapons as I continue to play through this game. Mind you, I've been playing this game for years now, not faithfully every day, just on and off and when I could. After I had originally beat it, I didn't feel the need to go back and play the game as much. But what became much fun for me after I had beat the game was actually helping out others who may or may not needed the help. And then of course there are things that I'm missing in the game, and that captivated me as well. And then next thing you know, I'm also captivated by the very storyline, which the storyline had me too. It's just that I didn't have the patience at the time to actually I didn't have the patience to pay attention to the story. There was just there was too much going on, if you will. There was just too much going on in the. It was too convoluted, as you can see, and that caused a lot of that caused me to be, you know, to just pay attention to the story later, and that's what I'm doing now. I'm giving my attention to the story now, so that I can make sense of it, and that's it really. So, you know, in a nutshell, you know, that's basically it. That's what got me so looped into constantly wanting to play this game. So this is in Orlando. This is the place in part one. It's a beautifully made, grafted into a game and made. They did such a wonderful job with just the random detail lists and things like that. A lot of thought went into this game, and I'm gonna tell you, it is greatly appreciated, and I appreciate it every time I play it. And I'm hoping that more games are made and more things, and you know, I hope that all of the different things that they talk about in this game, you know, in terms of connecting the dots and stuff, that it was just all in vain. Like, not necessarily all in vain, but it was that they really do connect, that there really is a story to figure out, and they do know the story. They just convolute it, and I hope that I hope that I got some of it right, or most of it right. At least, you know, I'm hoping to get all of it right. But you know, you get what you get, right? You get what you get. So let me go back here for a second. So item descriptions is so important. We barely even read the description. We don't care too much about the description. Descriptions are in different fragments. It's necessary if you want to know about certain things. Let's take a trip down here for a second. A medal received by members of the Warriors of Sunlight Covenant for victory over the final foe when summoned. The summoner also gains the same medal. The medal engraved with the holy symbol of the sun it's slightly worn and remains one of the great honor of a shared victory. It really is though. Proof of a red orb invader. Victory over a host of embers. A pale tongue. I mean, I don't even know how does that even a tongue? It says claiming tongues as trophies was originally the practice of an infamous trope of invaders who offer them to their speechless goddess. So I'm sorry. So pale tongues is what Rosaria's fingers want, because her tongue was removed. There's two people in the game that I think that their tongues were removed. I don't know what the correlation may be, but I believe possibly one of Rosaria's fingers probably caught him and hurt him, you know, more or less. Or maybe, you know, he wasn't born with one, and maybe he's Rosaria's son. You know, I don't know what the situation with Rosaria is, but we're gonna get around to that too, because I'm slowly but surely picking all of this stuff apart. So no item description. I know I was looking for an item, a specific item that is going to explain something. Up, here we are. So deep gem, because we were talking about Cathedral of the Deep, a gem infused titanite found in dregs of the Cathedral of the Deep. So they found this in dregs. How do you find a gem in a dreg? It's a very heavy substance, but the dreg looks like something you can spit out through magic, and it's also forbidden magic. So there's two things that you can pluck from this, and mind you, deep weapons inflict dark damage, obvious, right? But they lose scaling effect, and that's okay, because you don't want to have it scaled anyway in the first place if you can't even use the weapon, because you have focused most of your strength upon your faith or your intelligence. So you want to be able to use gems that remove the scaling. I had to learn that later on. Like, yeah, you can use a weapon when you remove the scaling of it. Basically, I believe. No, wait, hold on. Let me go for a second before I make that. That's a wrong assumption to make about it. So there's requirements, and then there's. Let me see something. Okay, I'll move my character. I don't want to run off the cliff. Okay, so this is a deep brigand. See, I said brigand. The attributes are still required for you to use it, but the attribute bonuses that you would normally get for it, you would just remove them. Now, I'm still trying to figure out when you use certain gems like these that remove the attribute bonus, when is the best time to actually use those type of gems for that being the case? Because, you know, in all honesty, like, if I get it, like, if you don't want it to be scaled with you know, like, these are D, so then you just kind of just say, you know what, F it, let me just remove those bonus attributes because they're so low. and make it a type of weapon that there's no uh attribute to it, attribute bonus. And I'm like, why would you not want the attribute bonus? Why would you not want it? You know, why would you not want it? You know, that has to be explained to me. You know, does it help in any shape, form, or fashion? You know, if your bonus, you know, whatever your attributes are, they're gonna add to it. Why wouldn't you want it to matter? Or why wouldn't you want the bonus? The flat rates, it doesn't add more to it. But anyway, going back to the deep gem, and from the deep gem takes us to dregs, or we can go to, from dregs, we can go to no, that's about it. From there we can go to dregs. We can go to dregs, just like I was telling my last live. Here's a human dreg, proof of a duty fulfilled by the Aldrich of the faithful, who patiently await the devourer of God's return. Why would he return? Are you collecting these dregs for him? You know, because you got to offer these to them. Dregs are the heaviest things within the human body. The heaviest things in the human body, and will sink to the lowest depths imaginable, where they become shackled that bind this world. I'm not gonna say that the gem looks heavy, you know, but it's found in the dregs, in the cathedral of the deep. So, you know, like I said, we have to use what we got, right? So this one says a gem infused titanite found in rare cases inside demons. Inside demons. Now, if you ask me, I didn't get a fire gem. I got the, what is it called? Okay, it's a crystal gem. Oh, I got the chaos gem from something like a demon in the demon ruins. But I haven't, the fire gem, I don't remember where I've gotten it from exactly. So I'm gonna pay attention to that next time I'm actually moving throughout the game. I used to get this on Dragon Hunts, and I did pick this up off of one of the serpents at the Dragon's Peak. So they might have that essence inside of them, you know, which, you know, to me is the closest thing to magic, you know. So a lot of people messed up. So before I go any further, or stop this, yeah, so we're still talking about, again, we're still talking about Yorshka. Like, oh, what does it have to do with all Yorshka? It does, because the person that is seeking her out, supposedly, which would be Aldrich, she's stuck in a prison tower. To say, you know, he and the Pontiff, Aldrich and the Pontiff, is not working together so that they can deal with her or whatever. Or maybe she was just part of the plan. Maybe there is another female, you know, that he wants to devour and eat. You know, I don't know. I'd like to find out. But in the meantime, let's go to what do I get from Aldrich? I know I get something from Aldrich, and it's not. Let's go to his covenant. Let's go to his covenant. Let's see what he had. Oh, do I have it? Rosaria's Fingers. So I never joined. I never joined him. I found his covenant, but I never joined the covenant. Never joined it. And it's not to say that I don't want to. What is it? I could have swore I had joined. I didn't. Maybe not on this file. I'll check my other file to see if I did. So. Alright, so I'll just take a minute to read that. Lord Spirit, Son, Spirit, Church. Alright. So, I don't have it here. If I did, it'd be an easier read. I don't have it. The Heavenly Wander, the land of hollows. Use this secret treasure to find normalcy. And occasionally, a hollow fools himself on his own kind. So I don't have anything here that pertains to Aldrich. Old rusted coin says those who have lost their fortune rely upon this superstitious practice, hoping to retrieve what was once theirs and more. And there's a name there. His fortune. A rich man lost his fortune. Now this is funny because you get these rusted coins and the rusted gold coin in Yorm's place. In Yorm's place, okay? Those maidens carry it around with them. A rich man lost his fortune, but it is returned to him twofold. He was swift to squander his retrieved fortune, smugly confident that it was bound to double once again. So it's just going to double up again. You lose your fortune. So yeah. So skulls, replace bone, soul, repair, evangelism, Chocolatenova. Alright. So yeah, so going back to Yorshka. So with Yorshka, you know, she says that it was passed down from her brother. You know, according to the bell, and you know, she gives you a she gives you a miracle of revenge, and that again, that's like an oxymoron, because it's like you're praying for revenge. It's not a very benevolent thought or a proper prayer for something better. To heal. You are doing the complete opposite of what the nature of what they were trying to do. And I mean, that's evident. This is why I said, you know, the whole war between clerics and sorcerers, this is a war between faith and intelligence. And it's just it's interesting to observe from this point of view
because, well, you know, it makes intelligence seem dark, and fate seem light. Cleric's faith, sorcery, intelligence. Which one do you put above the other? You know, and how far can you go in either direction? And that really depends on the user. It depends on the person that's actually using it. I was talking about this before as well. I'll give you an example. Let's go to sorcery. Let's go to homing crystals. Not even the other ones, but let's just go to this one. Release homing crystals, soul mass. The word soul mass is in there because of what. Okay, so I need the proper magic here to explain certain. See if I can go to my organized box and find it. And there it is. So, okay, that is going to be a soul spear, sorcerer, power. That. Power sorcerer, swordsman, shield warrior, sorcery, just one instance. Okay. Well known among fan sorceries, it is learned far and wide. So I'm gonna take one of these and put it back into my arsenal. For a couple of reasons. Just because. This is a magic weapon. And we're going to learn the difference between the two. Poisonous, I don't believe. Yeah, so let me take it. Take that. I'll take that. And I think I'll leave the rest like this. That means I have everything. Not everything, but I have to be able to explain this stuff out because, again, there are certain things that people overlook when it comes to the story. Gotta read it. So, elementary sorcery. Let's see. Bruise soul arrow. More many sorceries inflict magic damage, making them effective against iron armor, tough scales, and other physical resilient materials. Says it's very powerful, slower, fast time, entailing that makes this sorcery trickier to handle. Sorcery, which includes one of sorcery articles. It says sorceries are a logical discipline. Their strength influences by the pastor's intelligence. Okay, variations. Okay, this is fair and dark. So it says variation of soul arrow developed by sorcerers of the undead legion of Farron. Well known amongst the Farron sorceries. It says it is learned far and wide due to its easy use. Great fair and dark. It says entrusted to the leader of the legion's acolytes, and apparently a sorcerer of his daughter Hazel, that was refined by crystal sage. You beat Hazel in here. You go to the swamp area. I don't know if she's not a finger, but she's definitely a hollow. She comes to try to hurt you in the Fair Keep. Entrusted to the leader of the Legion's acolytes, and apparently a sorcery of his daughter. And refined by a crystal sage. Which improves the fair and dark. Oh, wait, entrusted to the leader by the crystal thing. So in other words, the fair and dark was created by Hazel, and then it was further refined by the crystal sage. See, it's about how you read the content in this thing, and the way they write it is very, very, very tricky. So it was a sorcery, not this particular. This is the Great Fair and Dark. Sorcery which improves upon the Fair and Dark, fires a more powerful soul dart, entrusted to the leader, the Legion's acolytes, the leader of the Legion's acolytes, and apparently a sorcery of his daughter that was refined by a crystal sage. So Hazel already knew sorcery, and this particular girl, which this is what she learned, the Fair and Dark, variation of soul arrow developed by sorcerers of the undead, Legion of Farron, well known amongst Farron sorceries. It is learned far and wide due to its ease of use. So she basically used it, and then when the crystal sages came in and made a deal to teach them stuff, the crystal sages just refined it further. Or maybe that's what I don't know, because why wouldn't the crystal sages learn about how to do a Fair and Dark, because they call it a Fair and Dark, and by sorcerers of the undead Legion of Farron. The school, the sorcery school, is right above Farron's Keep. I mean, it's only natural that they would make some sort of an agreement to somewhat teach each other how to do certain things, where, you know, and it looks like the sorcerer took advantage of that one thing that they didn't know about doing and made it better than what it was. So we can take that for what it is. Okay, so Farron Hale, sorcery which improves upon the Fair and Dark. It says fires a cascade of soul darts. So here's where things get nasty. So for regular sorcery, you develop something that can hurt someone else, and it's called a soul arrow. The great soul arrow, same thing, and then a heavy soul arrow. So we're getting soul arrows, and to the point that we're getting great souls,
and then we're using even heavier souls, and then there's the great heavy soul, and this is all influenced by the caster's intelligence. Okay. Here it says entrusted, another one, entrusted to the leader of the leading acolytes, and apparently a sorcery of his daughter Hazel, which she did use as well, that was refined by the crystal sages. So mind you, this is just normal Farron darts. Okay, and it's a soul arrow, not something major like this, like the soul arrow, but a dart, something small, quick, and easy to shoot fast. This one was greater. They just improved upon that. This is many shot out at once. They took that and improved that, right? And then they started making them really big, more powerful. What else? What else do we have? Sorcery developed by Big Hat Logan, a great sorcerer who left the Dragon School, which, mind you, the Dragon School was probably in the same area, which was not Farron's Keep, right above Farron's Keep. Alright, called it something else, but that's where it was. Okay, it had to be in that area, down there more or less, in the land of sorceries, if you will, before it became a swamp area. The Great Swamp is what they want to call it. Sorcery developed by Big Hat Logan. Okay, a passage says release a homing soul mass. This sorcery may offer a clue to what Logan sought. A clue? Which is what? But further investigation suggests that its attraction to living things mirror the nature of dark. So instead of having to shoot soul things at things, right? You're shooting it out at it, right? You're not shooting. They're being drawn to the individual. They are following the individual. Sure, that could be to the nature of dark, but I don't think Logan was after the dark soul. He could have been. I mean, he's getting himself into trouble in part 1 that you were saving him from. You know? So Logan made this. Sharpens homing soul mass via crystallization. Releasing a homing crystal soul mass. Crystal soul mass has piercing qualities. According to crystal sages, okay? According to crystal sages, old Big Hat achieved enlightenment with the regal archives, where he came to find the quintessence of sorcery in the facets of a certain crystal. So what crystal would that be in the regal archives? I mean, I'd have to search part 1 to see what regal archives was he talking about. What crystal? And if we're talking about the grand archives that we go through here in part 3, you know, ain't no real crystal inside of the archives, to be honest with you. You know, like I'm scouring through the whole map in my head right now, visualizing every area as I'm rubbing my eye and talking to you. And there's nothing in the Grand Archives that has a crystal for anything to be looked at, to nothing. So maybe in part 1, where they were at the archives there was something there that he found. You know, because apparently Big Hat also, I believe, in part 1, goes somewhat hollow on you. You want to be able to prevent that from happening. If you want to collect all of his magic, you have to make sure you buy all of his magic every time you visit Firelink Shrine. So, um, at least that's what I heard about that particular storyline. So, homing crystal mass. So, according to the crystal sages, Big Hat Logan had a finally reached a certain whatever when he finally came upon a certain crystal. I have a feeling it's one of the staffs, and I'll get into that later as well. So, Crystal Hail says unique sorcery developed by extraordinary creature twins known as crystal sages cast a cascade of small crystal soul masses from above. Crystal soul masses have piercing qualities. In a pack said, you have been formed long ago. One of the sages allied with the undead legion in order to train the sorcerers of Farron. So Farron already had their own sorcerers, but they made a pact with them to train them. So they were training the sorcerers of the whatever, and these were one of the twin sages did that particular thing. So sorcery developed by Big Hat Logan. So we know that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 so far. Alright, so sorcery developed by Big Hat Logan, the great sorcerer who left the dragon school, and okay, let's always say that. This spear boosts the superior penetration power and is a testament of Logan's strength in battle. Crystallization. According to the crystal sages, Big Hat, okay, same thing. Same remark that they said here. Same thing. When it came down to him taking regular magic that was strong and learning how to crystallize its form, make it into a more solidified form of magic that hurts more. It was stronger, it was solid. It wasn't just energy. It was starting to become physical. So, and this is after he had gotten that in contact with that crystal that he met. We don't know if it's a crystal ball or just a simple crystal. Sorcery imparted by the first of the scholars. When Lothric and the Grand Archives were but young. Okay, fires a torrential volley of souls. Playing with souls is not cool, B. They're doing too much with it because they're using the souls to do things with. The first of the scholars doubted the linking of the fire. The first of the scholars doubted the linking of the fire and was alleged to be a private mentor to the royal prince. Who was the scholar? Who was the scholar when Lothric and the Grand Archives were but young? And they doubted it. The first of the scholars. Okay. So great great sword. So it's a sorcery developed primarily for sorcerers. Swordsmen attack with the great sword and a form. Okay. The ephemeral blade only exists as an extension of the caster, but its power is said to rival that of physical greatness. Even the most obstinate magic purist may resort to this spell in times of a crisis. So there's no real history behind that. That'll be something we just have to find somewhere and figure out who developed it and in what area was that person living. Alterations of the soul great sword. Okay, so it's an alteration of the soul great sword developed by sorcerers of the undead legion. So in other words, this was brought to them to fight with a great sword of magic. And they decided to turn it down a notch. The Legion has a tendency to emphasize speed over power. That's funny. And this practical alteration of an existing sorcery is no exception. I hear you. Like, I get it. I get it. Sorcery for casters who wield swords. Casters who wield swords. So the power of the swordsman of Venheim is predicted upon this magic predicted upon this and magic shield. Many warriors learn sorcery just for this enchantment. Interesting. Okay, so there's nobody here that's summoning. Let's travel to a new place. There's always somebody here fighting. Well, not always. Crucifixion Woods, Friends Keep, it's right below it. Crystal Sage, this must be where they were at. And they were right near the roads between Farron's Keep and the church. So they were right between the church and the Great Swamp and Farron's Keep. So Keep Ruins. Farron's Keep Perimeter. Old Wolf. Farron. Right. Airfield Dungeon. Right there. Demon Prince. Let's see. Feeling all rest again. And then I'm out. And then I can have this discussion tomorrow. None of my boys are on today. They got back, but I guess they replied to my email.
Yeah, so now in that email is when you tell them.
Alright. So, put my sign down. We're back up here again. For what? I didn't lock it.
I pressed the email and it said, to your email.
So then just click on the thing and then go to my email. Anyway, So, do you see it? So, alright, so, let's go back to where we were discussing. Remove the pine resin. And now that we're here, just in case somebody summons me, if I could put that back, I've been wanting to anyway. Right, so then we have, I don't really need that other sign. Carthus, that's what I was gonna put. Poison. Because moonlight is okay, but
It said that the Uber Eats account is linked to another, so you gotta sign out of this one and go to that. So next thing.
I click next.
So yeah, you have to get out of that one and sign into that other account.
They only put another phone number in here, but I think the phone number that they're asking for is my old phone number. I don't have that phone number no more.
So see if there's a way to circumvent it.
Cause look, proceeding, you can you'll get messages. Oh no, I don't think that's the case. My old phone number was 718 8956, right? Next. Here we go. See what I'm saying?
It says click I don't have
I don't have a code. Okay, so they're just gonna log in with password. All set. Nice. What? What? Yeah.
Yeah, so now you got if you click on
Yeah.
it shows you like your pending
Information, right? To put in.
yeah,
I don't know. It's Uber Eats. Anywho, so I believe that it doesn't in the world of Dark Souls, you can do sorcery or you can do faith. It depends on the person who is dealing in that realm, you know, and that's where things go left. That's when people start to understand and realize that, you know, oh, that there's certain, like, for instance, I think where they started to kick people out of certain places and exile them, where you hear that heavily done is in the Great Swamp area, where people got exiled or people got pushed out because they were developing pyromancy that was forbidden. Let's take a trip, because they don't really talk about it in that light.
yeah, the remaining
Alright, hold on. I'll give you an example. We have regular fire, fire. Now, let's show item info, right? Manipulating flame, common to pyromancer, and hurl a giant, great big ball. Blazing fireball, blaze impact, daily damage. They say that once a pyromancer learns this spell, their understanding of the flame deepens together with a yearning for it. This one, a rare technique that undergoes changes after leaving the caster's hand, making the spell a renowned for its difficulty. So, that's not my face.
It is your face, exactly your eyes.
Art of the Flame Chaos, right? Oh, somebody, I got summoned. We're gonna go through that. We're gonna read that.
Exactly like you, eyes and nose, just like yours.
Android.
Try it.
I didn't deny it. I don't know. Whatever y'all see, I don't see. You know? I can see.
Because people tell me, like, oh, I look like my mom. Some people say
I'm gonna poison him first. What I have equipped it right now is not what I want equipped it. I'm amazing with this blade. Okay. You got me on that one, though. I ain't gonna lie, homie. You got me. Oh, no. No. Oh man. Well, I mean, whatever. Better luck on next time. Look at that, doing all that work with just this Karthus blade right here, this sword right here, which I don't really believe it should be a two-handed weapon, to be honest with you. That's what I should be doing. I wasn't practicing, man. That's what I need to do. Certain move there. Oh, see that. Like, do I have time to execute that, man? Do I have time? Oh, I can block king. Okay, but do I have time to execute this? Okay, it would have to. No, I don't like it. To be honest. Now that I might have. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. 'Cause with me, I'll poke him and I'll stab him.
I'm just downloading the auto.
Okay. Oh my, get down like what? Add defense. I could add recovery. Recovery might be better. Get off the defense flow on that one. Like that. Yeah, I need that. I like having my twin axes, though I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie. Twin axes definitely help. This purpose is gone. I had a feeling. Damn, yo, niggas just throwing out them boulders like that, yo. I was thinking about using that on, but it's like too slow for me to use. I can't see all that for you. This, bro? Man.
get the Postmates app on this shit. So let me get that little one and I learned this kid was what you gotta call it. You gotta like it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Right here. Especially with Postmates, because I'm telling you, Postmates, unlike Uber Eats where you gotta like wait. Postmates is like a minute. You got it. You got the order.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I get it, but I mean,
Tired of that
it's
shit.
a good side hustle.
That's out of here. I'm sorry.